Good morning and welcome to Africa's most exciting kart race. Arguably the most competitive in the world, Africa continues to produce some of the most talented karting champions. It is the Rotax Max Challenge African Open for 2023, and it is a sweltering hot day in Pretoria and Zwartkops, where we're hosting this grand occasion. We have over 30 travelers from across the continent descending on Pretoria. It's going to be a very, very competitive day of karting. Well over 100 entries as well that we're seeing. But at the moment, we just have a whole bunch of our competitors in our races lining up for the driver parade, just getting ready to get festivities going. I see some of them proudly hanging their flags from around their neck, wearing their flags like a cape. I see a Mozambican flag there. Very, very interesting to see how this is going to go about. Very, very competitive class. The African Open is unique in nature because it is a gloves-off type of competition. That means the domestic championship has nothing to do with the competition that we see here live today. So it's all going to be something quite exciting. We have 4 of the classes that are going to be competing to actually go out and compete in Bahrain at the grand final. That is the grand prize that is being competed for today. A ticket to go compete at the Rotax Max Challenge World Finals against the world's finest in Rotax karting. That is the micro class, the Junior Max, Senior Max, and DD2. The Masters in the DD2 class get a spectator's ticket as a prize, and so does the Minimax. So it's going to be a lot of excitement. I can't wait to see what goes down. Some very exciting qualifying laps rather that we saw yesterday in the Super Pole qualifying. A number of the classes were given only a handful of laps to actually set their lap in, about 4 or 5 laps, 2 warm-up laps and 2 flyers. And it's a very, very difficult feat. It's not very easy to achieve. Track temperatures today, we're looking at an ambient temperature of 25 degrees Celsius at the moment, but a peak of 31, 32 degrees possibly. So it's going to be very challenging to keep abreast with the track evolution, because the hotter it gets, the more the track evolves, and the grip characteristic of the track also transforms along with it. So keep track with us and keep pace with us on the live stream. You are live on YouTube. Already a couple of excited fans ready to go. I see Cole Hewitson has some fans hoping for the best, someone praying for everybody's safety. Of course, safety is of huge concern in karting. So we have a whole lot of qualified and competent safety and medical teams at the ready, the marshals ready to be at our service should anything wrong go. But 9 times out of 10 with these events, it's absolutely safe and it's absolutely fun, as it's always meant to be. Now, if you look at the variety of chassis, the different classes that we have, I think that's what aids to the competitive nature of the African Open and makes it even more exciting than the championship that happens in the domestic championship, where the African Open or the Open karting competition is being hosted. I mean, the championship throughout the year, from region to region, we have 4 national races that go out across the country in 4 different provinces, and it has a slower burn as compared to the African Open, because you know that you can sort of make up for your mistakes in the earlier rounds, and you have drop points and dropped rounds, so your worst result is taken away and falls away from your overall result for the year, so it doesn't count as much. But in the case of the African Open, a lot more exciting because everything counts on the day. So for the 4 classes that have a chance to go out to compete at the African Open, they're going to be looking at using their qualifying time from the Super Pole yesterday to determine their Heat 1 grid position. And then Heat 1 and 2, the result that comes out of that determines the grid position for Heat 3. And that is exactly what is going to be determining how that race starts. So Heat 3 is where most of the excitement is going to be. And that format, it gives us, sense of discipline about Heat 1 and 2. So people shouldn't get too excited about how they go about their racing for the first 2 heats. And I think it really it leaves all of the excitement to the pinnacle of the day later on this afternoon in bright and sunny and sweltering Pretoria. It is so hot. I think these are some of the hottest temperatures we've seen in the country, let alone the province. So it's going to be very exciting. But yeah, interesting spread, a lot of variety in terms of competitors. It's very exciting to see a deeper pool of talent descending on Pretoria. It's a very exciting karting circuit. A lot of the nationals that come out from across our borders enjoy being here because of the undulating nature of the circuit, the challenging. It's not very straightforward. So I can see why we're having our 14th, I believe our 14th African Open hosting opportunity, rather, to host the African Open. It's the 14th time we've done it, and Zwartkops is the ideal venue in my personal opinion because of just how exciting it is and the challenging nature. It's exactly what you want for something that is the pinnacle of the year's racing to close off the year. Now, of course, this is a reminder. It is a build-up. It is the preamble to the grand finals, the world finals, where the world's greatest Rotax races for the year are going to be, and that is in Bahrain. So it's very exciting stuff that we can look forward to. Now, we're almost ready to get things going. Of course, the first class for the day is going to be the Bambino class. They, of course, are not going to be competing for a ticket to actually go to the African Open because they are not, to the World Finals, because they are not represented. Their class is not competing there on a world level, but they do get some exciting prizes. So there is some incentive for everybody from top to bottom, from the youngest to the oldest. A lot more coming our way, of course. After the Bambino, we have the Minimax class. That is the high school class, more or less. A lot of the teenagers and late teens are seen there. Now, of course, to qualify for a certain class, at times it is age and at times it is your physique, your body build. So if you have a certain height and you've sort of extended beyond the weight limits of your class, it qualifies you to be in the class just ahead of you. So a lot of the time, your late teenagers are around the Senior Max level, and then after the Senior Max class, we see the Micromax, followed by Junior Max, Minimax, and DD2, as well as DD2 Masters. So that's going to be the sequence of heats for the day. We have 3 heats in total, and like I said, heat 1 and 2. The points finish and grid finishes there are going to determine the positioning for heat 3, the grand finale of finales. So it's going to be very exciting out in Pretoria. A huge number of entries. About a third of those are, of course, coming from across our borders. That is Namibia, Zimbabwe, Angola, and Mozambique. So boom dia, Masura sei, and welcome to all of you coming from across our borders. We hope you have a fantastic time here in Pretoria. It's very welcoming weather. It's absolutely the perfect PR for tourism, I would say. It's definitely holiday and festive in terms of energy. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we have lined up for us. We're looking at a day that's probably going to close up at around 4 or 5 p.m. if everything goes smoothly, if we go incident-free. So that is fingers crossed for that, and we're going to be awarding and crowning a whole lot of people towards the end of the day. South Africa and Africa's finest talents descending on Pretoria. So many champions have come out of the South African contingent and community in karting alone. It's always a shock to see, considering how small this community is. But overall, we're going to see just how the community grows and expands and swells a little bit towards the end of the year because of this huge and prestigious award that is at stake here. It's a fantastic prize to buy out for. So I expect nothing but the best of competition as the day's racing proceeds. Now, of course, the drivers' parade looked all festive and colorful and bright. Now, as I'm going to touch earlier on the variety of chassis and brands that are available and competing in the Rotax class, which I think makes it so much worthwhile, because you have a challenge coming from pretty much every direction, so many different setup options, so many different ways to configure your carts to get it dialed in for the particular circuit. And of course, you have your Burrell specialists, you have your CRG specialists, you have your Cosmic specialists, and with the Cosmic, of course, that splits into different chassis with the Tony kart as well as the Cosmic as it is. So it's going to be interesting to see how the different setups meld and come together and how this materializes on track. It's always going to be a lot of work to do for the mechanics that's always a guarantee. But we're going to take a little breather for a second as we prepare to get the Bambino class going for race 1 of the day of the 2023 African Open.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodicart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
On the Rotax 125 Max and 125 Max DD2, the timing of the exhaust valve, whether opened or closed, is electronically controlled and triggered by the RPM of the engine. The exact timing point of the exhaust valve, open or closed, improves the performance characteristics from low to mid-range. Furthermore, owners will appreciate the possibility of adapting to their individual driving preferences, as the system incorporates two different RPM settings for the exhaust valve. Depending on the engine RPM, the magnet valve is activated by the ECU. The green one-way valve converts the alternating positive and negative pressure from the crankcase to a positive pressure only. The positive pressure holds the exhaust valve against the exhaust valve spring in the open position. At 2000 RPM, the ECU activates the magnet valve. The positive pressure of the crankcase is interrupted. The remaining pressure in the exhaust valve escapes via the open outlet of the magnet valve. The exhaust valve spring forces the exhaust valve into the closed position. At the selected exhaust valve opening RPM, the ECU deactivates the magnet valve. The positive pressure of the crankcase pushes the exhaust valve against the pressure spring into the open position. As soon as the engine RPM drops below the selected exhaust valve opening RPM, the ECU activates the magnet valve. The positive pressure of the crankcase is interrupted. The remaining pressure in the exhaust valve escapes via the open outlet of the magnet valve. The exhaust valve spring forces the exhaust valve into the closed position.
No, it is not a mistake. That is the buzz of 20 or so go-karts you hear going out to the circuit. Welcome to the final, the grand finale, the African Open for 2023. We have the Bambino class going out onto the circuit as we speak, with the Junior Max of Gianna Pasquale as the pace kart. So we already have the Bambinos in formation, lining up, getting ready to get things going with the first race of the day. This is heat 1 of 3. And it certainly will be exciting. Our lead qualifier, of course, for this class is Adrian Steyn, followed by Ronald Venter and Luke Dutoy. Those are names you will hear very much frequently throughout the course of the day. Our most competitive, and it's lights out. We're going to see the pace kart peeling out very soon. But we see the kart number 11 of Adrian Steyn owning turn 1 instantly with Luan de Vet in tow. He made a significant jump in positions there to get into the top 3. Very well done by him, getting his reflexes on bright. And they're coming out of the tunnel now, heading into pit corner. And it looks like Adrian Steyn has got a couple of kart lengths already coming out of the tunnel there and driving up into Rotax corner and taking on the double right. Significant power advantage, it looks like, already. So it's going to be a bit of work there for Luke Dutoy and Luan de Vet to catch up to him for first place. Some little battles forming, some pockets of battles forming already as we go up over the bridge with the rest of the train. But Adrian Steyn will want to get things going nice and early, assert his dominance almost immediately. Several kart lengths ahead now in that top 3. Oh, close little battle there. Car number 89. Car number 89 there. Dicing going into the tunnel. Looks like that position's been secured for 4th place. We'll see what happens coming out into pit corner. That was Michael O'Mahony, but he seems to have lost out and is still in 5th, at least for the time being. That's going to be an interesting battle throughout the day, it already looks like. As O'Mahony and the cars ahead of him there, Ronald Fenter, seem to be matched for pace at every point of the circuit as far as it stands. We've got 3 abreast going over the bridge. Bambino does not lack in action. This is one of my personal favorite classes to watch. Jeez, that is some close racing. Got a whole bunch of karts. They're within a 10th of each other in terms of pace. But going down into turn 1 at the moment. We have kart number 75 leading there. That is Mila Botha of Namibia. Now, of course, our contingent from across the board is going to make this even more exciting. If you thought Zwartkops Raceway was a tight karting circuit, it's about to get even closer today. And they're going to have to acclimatize very quickly to the conditions out on circuit. Michael O'Mahony still going at it, trying for that 4th place. Still proves to be challenging, as Ronald Fenter has all the answers to the questions he's giving him. Looks like a closer battle for 2nd and 3rd between Luan de Vet and Luc de Troy, as they also are within a 10th of each other. But Michael O'Mahony still looking for an answer to get ahead. But in the meantime, Daniel Rezende of Mozambique, fantastic overtaking move there down into turn 1. But you still may have to do a bit of defending. Looks like Rezende is gaining a bit of ground there. Managed to secure himself with that position that he recently gained at turn 1. Another battle forming going into Rotax corner. The double right is going to be a very small space in a couple of seconds. Oh, that's Alonso. Alonso getting someone to look over their shoulder. De Oliveira there in the middle of a sandwich. Happens to be the meat. Does not want to be there. Let's see if he's going to manage to put a move together. Oh, we've got a spinner. Someone just spun around. Yet to confirm who that is. That looks like Luc de Troy. Oh no! He was in a top 3 battle only moments ago. How quickly things change.
See if he's gonna manage to put a move together.
I couldn't catch what happened there. But he's gonna want to get back up ASAP. The results he has here account for everything going on to the rest of the day. The final is going to look a little bit different for him if these are the kinds of results he's getting. So he's going to want to make up as much places as he can. We're in lap 4 of 8 for this race, so we're halfway through and he's got a bit of work to do. But as it stands, Michael O'Mahony still trying to get that 4th place from Ronald Fenter. And Fenter's putting on the mother of all defenses for that 4th place. In the meantime, Alonso de Oliveira seems to have lost out from that battle where he was the meat. Now he's the bottom slice, shall we say. Going on to the double left, 2 abreast, 4 karts involved. De Oliveira might pay, or rather it may pay off for De Oliveira to be a bit patient, because that battle ahead of him of 3 karts, which now involves Detroit, a top 3 runner, could yield some fruit for him. So there may be something for him there if he waits a little bit. But behind De Oliveira in its 13th place is Guri dos Santos. And you'll be forgiven for forgetting Adrian Steyn, who's well ahead of everyone in first place as he crosses the start finish for lap 5 of 8. Completes his lap 5 rather. It's lap 6 of 8 that we're looking at that's beginning at the moment. But as it stands, your top 3, it's Adrian Steyn, Luan de Vet and Ronald Fenter now promoted, of course, after Luc de Troy spun out at turn 1. In fourth place, Michael O'Mahony. He gets that fourth place he's been fighting for indirectly, I suppose, but he'd like to get it the genuine way, down the inside of a specific turn. But again, further down the field, that three-way battle, it seems to have spread out a little bit. At the head of that battle is Sebastian Shuttleworth in 12th place, with Luashuma Tebula behind him in 13th. Eduardo Campos watching that battle from 8th. And unfortunately, the man we've had our eye on for a little bit, Alonso de Oliveira, out on circuit, just on the little embankment after the double left. Something must have gone wrong there, and the little man is out of the race for Heat 1. He must be livid. But in the meantime, it's again that battle between number 50 and 89. The fight for third place, and O'Mahony has it, finally secures that third place, emphatically so, going down into turn 1. Well done by him. That's exactly how he would have wanted to earn that position. Ronald Fenton now thinks if he can do it in 1.5 laps, because we're on lap 7 of 8, half a lap rather, for him to get that position back, if he can. It's been very close between the two of them, but there are about 3 or 4 kart lengths in between O'Mahony and Fenton. And we're approaching the dropping of the checkered flag for the end of the first race of the day for the Bambinos. And in dominant style, Adrian Steyn, fantastic, taking the first win. Luan de Wet in second. Michael O'Mahony, very well earned third place for him. Ronald Fender right behind him in tow. What could have been, he might be thinking. It was a fantastic bit of racing between the two of them for that 8-lap race. And going down into the double left, it's been a very, very close battle in this part of the field. We have Aston Forel, Daniel Rosende, and Ned Hanman all finishing very, very closely in tow. Mila Bota in 8th place, Luke Dutoy in a 9th. Must be very disappointed, I'd imagine, considering he was a top 3 runner. But bringing up the top 10, wrapping up the top 10, is Guri Dos Santos of Namibia. Sebastian Shuttleworth in 11th place, Luashuma Tebula in 12th, Eduardo Campos in 13th, Nico Bota in 14th place, and Russell Josephite in 15th. A lot of work to be done, especially for the likes of Luke Dutoy, who has to work his way up from 9th place. But that was an exciting bit of racing, getting us warmed up. In an already warm Pretoria, we're expecting 31 degrees Celsius peak temperatures. So don't get too excited just yet. Keep it cool. We're waiting for Heat 2. And we're ready for the high school class, or the post-high school class, I would say. A lot more competitive. The senior max class. Filing out, leading the pack, of course, is Muhammad Wali, who set a 42 dead as his qualifying time yesterday in the Super Pole qualifying round, rather. Each of these young karters was given 4 laps to achieve their lap time for qualifying. 2 warm-up laps, 2 flyers to set your standard, set the bar. It was 42 dead the quickest, 42-1 by Eric Haystack in second place. Nilan Marks in third with a 42-4. Troy Sneyman in fourth place with a 42-4 as well, so nothing in between them there. It's going to be some close and exciting racing. Now, of course, you know all too well how close the racing gets in this class. You recognize some of the helmets you see out there in the lead. And all I can say is brace yourself. It's going to be a long day, very long day, and I'm looking forward to that. Now, the formation lap seems to be clean. Marshals are happy. Everything has gone according to procedure. It's lights on at the moment. And we have lights on. All of them lining up within the tram lines. Lights off. It's a false start. We're going to have to get that going once more. Every now and then we do get a false start with the older karters. You'd expect this from the Bambinos, but I suppose they're very excited to get racing, aren't they? Very, very competitive class, like I said. Now, to complete the qualifying lineup, as I had mentioned, it's Corbin Spies in 5th place with a 42.7, just behind Troy Sneyman. Mikkel Bezednoot with a 42.7 set yesterday. Oliverato Sikudu with a 42.8. So it was literally just a 10th, or half a 10th, or less than a 10th in between a lot of these young karters. But that, of course, was just qualifying pace with very little time given to achieve that. Race pace is going to look a little different. Track temperatures are different to the time they set their qualifiers yesterday. So the kart setups and overall temperament of the drivers will be different as well. But this formation lap looks really good. Everybody there or thereabouts, and straight away Casey and Smith trying to dive down the inside and secure turn 1. Wally looks to have secured it. Of course, he was in the lead, but side by side, Haystack lost out to Troy Sneyman, who's in second now, going down into the tunnel. Casey Enzo Smith still very aggressive in trying to get into that top 3. We've got a CRG straggler, Livid, out at turn 2 over there, losing out and onto the grass. But as it stands, Troy Sneyman has Muhammad Wali, who's in the lead, in his sights. They've got 3 kart lengths, make that 4 between themselves and Haystack, or the pair of Haystack and Casey Enzo Smith. Those 4 names, watch out for those 4 names throughout the duration of the day. It's going to be very exciting there. But it looks like Sikudu leading a very closely contested best of the rest title there, going to turn 1. Goodman, Roshan Goodman, trying to secure the place there, but couldn't quite get ahead of that car 277. Not an easy feat to get past Nilan Marks, who set a very competitive qualifying time yesterday. Looks like Wally's found some breathing room between himself and Troy Sneyman in second. But in the process of that, it looks like Haystack and Casey Enzo Smith are gaining ground there. But Nilan Marks is falling behind very quickly, quicker than he'd like to be for some reason. I think he might, and a huge incident just after the double left going into turn 1. Oh, wow. We've got a kart flipped over. Everyone looks to be running around and, okay. That is kart 271, has been flipped back onto all 4. Driver is okay walking, everyone is fine. It looks like for the time being, no one seems to be severely injured or so hurt that they cannot move Wow, that was quite a moment. But it looks like the marshals are attending to all of the races involved in that incident just before the start finish, and everyone is okay for the time being, or as far as we know. Wow. Okay, so we did say it was going to be exciting, but of course we want competitive excitement. Not the dangerous kind, but everyone looks to be in good condition. But as it stands, just before that red flag incident, we have Muhammad Wali in the lead, Troy Sneyman in second, Eric Haystack in third, as the marshals are getting the red flag procedure underway. Casey Enzer-Smith in 4th place, Rushan Goodman in 5th, Kian Spies in 6th place, and Neelan Marks in 7th. He was falling away rather quickly just before that incident occurred. I was keeping my eye on him before that flipping over of the cart happened there. Luckily, the driver was recovered, and he seems to be fine, standing on all two. He literally looks like nothing happened to him. It's a wonder how that happened, but great to see nonetheless. In 8th place at the moment, we have Brandon van der Velde, and bringing up the top 10, Jean Reynel and cart number 220 there of Kian Fussell. So we stand by for the clearing of the track down the home straight for all of the cars to be recovered. We'll see who can and cannot continue with their race. I think that is cart number 280. If I'm not mistaken, that's Ross Campbell, seated in his car, so he may be able to get things going again. But once the damage has been assessed and the track has been cleared, we get racing underway once more. The drivers involved in that, Liam Palomio as well, with his helmet walking over to see if his stablemate Ross Campbell is okay. Matthew Wadley was involved in an earlier incident actually at turn 2, just before the tunnel, and he seemed to recover. Given that he was involved in this incident, it didn't damage his car too much, and he seemed able to continue from the group that was affected here. So that's Liam Palomi, Ethan Steer, and the cart, it looks like cart, yeah, that is correct. That is Liam Palomi, Ethan Steer, and Ulrato Sikudu, cart 214. They involved in that incident and seem to have come off worst out of the 5 total carts involved there. So we just wait for them to be cleared off the track, and judging just by body language, it looks like Sikudu may be able to continue, given he's still got his helmet on. Or that's just his heat tolerance. It's a bit hard to tell from a distance. Track marshals are still doing their best to clear as much of the residue from that incident as much as possible. Matthew Wadley going to file back with the rest of the pack, making his way down into the tunnel. And by the looks of things, Ross Campbell may follow him, given his ongoing conversation with the officials there. Ethan Steer also rolling his cart back. He's got his helmet back on now, so he's going to get going. And so is Ulerato Sikudu. The remaining of those carters is Liam Palomi, who has not got his helmet on, still in conversation with the officials. Of course, mentally, this may be a bit of a reset for a lot of the karters, because you have this long break after the excitement of 1 or 2 laps. Changes things a bit. Of course, tire life does get affected by this cooling down. But given the temperatures, the pressures of those tires may be relatively high, given just how hot it is out on circuit. but they're going to have to reset themselves and get ready again for starting. Liam Pelomi looks like he cannot get the cart back into the pits on its own steam, having to roll it down possibly to the nearest available exit. So Matthew Wade, Lee Sikudu, and Ethan Steer have made their way back to join the rest of the pack. Ross Campbell also just about to approach the bridge there to join the rest of the pack. And Liam Pelomi has to skate down to get his cart off the circuit. So all the officials and marshals trying to re-establish the order to get things going once more. And we're going to be finishing where we left off. Only 2 laps of quite a long race remaining. It's a 12-lapper in total, so there's quite a bit to see yet. It looks like Sikudu's making his way back around the circuit. I wonder if this is order related or related to his bumper, which is scraping the floor on his right, on the right of his cart, on the rear there. We'll see whether or not he peels in. Indeed, he does. All right, we've got some motion. Looks like the marshals and officials are happy to get things proceeding once more. It looks like we have another casualty of incidents between laps 1 and 2. Car 271 there. That is a concerning vibration from Corbin Spicer's cart. It looks like he may be peeling in just as Sikudu did. But the rest of the carters are establishing the order that we had just before that incident. And we should be getting things underway very shortly. Now, speaking a bit earlier on, as the formation lap was happening in terms of just the pace in between a lot of these carters based on qualifying. Qualifying is hardly ever a true reflection of what's going to happen in a race pace. You've got different conditions, especially considering the short format of qualifying that we saw yesterday with the Super Pole. Only 4 laps given, and 2 of those laps were flying laps. So it's very difficult to gauge just how the race pace is going to look. The setups are completely different in that instance. Tire pressures may be a lot lower, of course, but you also have to consider that your integrity, the structural integrity of the tire comes into question the softer you go on pressures. So all of those considerations are made by the mechanics and the teams. It looks like we're about 80% there in terms of reforming our grid. The officials seem to be happy so far with what's going on. So it looks like we're going to get the grid going without the casualties from that first incident. It's going to be a normal grid, bar the empty spaces in between. So it's going to be a bit odd looking, but we're going back to things as they were per qualifying. Ross Campbell, another of the delayed casualties, shall we say. Looks like he's making his way back around. Now I wonder if that's for order purposes or something being amiss with his cart after the incident. Some of the carters checking to make sure that their carts are complete and in competitive condition, just in case they may have missed something. That was quite an incident just before the start-finish straight. It's a very tricky place in the circuit to be in, considering the speed you're coming in at. It is merely a tap-off a lot of the time going into that double left before the start-finish. So a lot of the karters there were approaching at a very high speed, and it's a really good thing to see that none of them were injured to the point of not being able to continue or finish off the rest of the day on their own steam. And it doesn't look like Ross Campbell has returned to the grid, so it was a damage-related issue that had him circulating the circuit again. But in the meantime, the Minimaxes are waiting their turn. They're the heat after this. They're yet to have their heat one. Ulirato Sikudu has managed to repair what was wrong with his bumper. It looks sturdy and is making his way back to the grid. So I assume Ross Campbell's mechanics may be working profusely to try and get his turn or his return secured, as has been Ulirato Sikudu. Some communication going on between the officials there. I wonder if there will be time for Ross Campbell to make his way back. Some work being conducted on his cart. Officials awaiting that confirmation. I bet the Minimaxes wish they could fit an air conditioner into their cart, because it is so hot. And it's even hotter when you don't have the wind and the air cooling you down as you're racing. They have to wait a little bit longer than they may have hoped. But as is the nature of the African Open. Now, of course, over 120 entries that we have, and a third of those entries are from across the border. Ross Campbell making his way back. His cart was recovered and worked on, deemed to be fit to continue. He looks like he is the remaining cart of those that peeled off neatly back in formation. Over 32 travelers from across the country joining us, from Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique and Angola. So thank you very much for joining us. We hope you find this to be a warm welcome. Certainly is warm. 32 degrees today, expected peak temperatures. So keep cool, please. But I'm sure you're accustomed to a lot hotter temperatures than we are, especially our Namibian family. We should get going in just a couple of minutes. It seems like most of the work to reorder the grid has been done. And all the karters giddying themselves up. If they had seat belts, they'd be tightening and strapping them a bit tighter, because we're getting back underway. We've got karts humming again. As formation proceeds, they're going to be bobbing and weaving profusely to get temperature back into their tires. Hot as it is, they may have cooled down significantly. You need them to be switched on, and they're peeling off with a bit of a shortcut, going straight back over into the bridge, but keeping the order, of course, instead of going out across the whole circuit for the purposes of saving us time. Now, this is a shortened formation lap, so they have to get back into order very quickly. Marshall's happy so far. We've got lights on for the restart of the Heat 1 of Senior Max at the African Open. It's away they go, lights off, and a fantastic start by car 247, Rushan Goodman, in second place. He made 4 places in one turn. Fantastic stuff. And again, an incident between, now it looks like Ross Campbell and a straggler there, car 269. They seem to be in recoverable positions. Marshall quickly to the scene, but Muhammad Wali reestablishes his lead, and Rushan Goodman trying to get comfortable in second place, something you could not have imagined in one turn. Eric Haystack in third place, Casey Enzer-Smith in fourth. And immediately Haystack takes that second place from Rushan Goodman at the double left, immediately gets into defensive position. Rushan Goodman signaling something. I don't know if that's to Casey Enzer-Smith or not, but if it was, Casey Enzer-Smith obliged. Casey Enzer-Smith now in third place, having taken that position from Goodman. But Goodman lost twice over because there's another karter who's taken a position from him. And coming out of pit corner, going on to that double right, just after Rotax corner, it seems the field is spreading already, pace being re-established. Muhammad Wali asserting his authority, going into turn 1 in the lead. Haystack in second and Casey Enzer-Smith in third. Troy Snyman back where he belongs, he would feel, but he definitely wants that top 3 at the very least. He seems to have made some ground going up into turn 1. Let's see what happens out of pit corner. Lost a couple of kart lengths there. Casey Enzer-Smith gaining and looks to be lining something up for him to take that third place from Eric Haystack. Now going on to the double left is a risky place to do it, but Enzer-Smith may be waiting for a bit further on into the race. It has been quite exciting for the past couple of laps. You may want to be a bit more patient considering how this race has gone so far. But as it stands, that is your top 3. Muhammad Wali, Eric Haystack and Casey Enzer-Smith. Troy Snyman in 4th. Rushan Goodman made a bit of a cameo in 2nd, but he's back down into 5th. Nilan Marks in 6th place. Ulerato Sikudu in 7th. Kian Spies in 8th. Brandon van der Waal in 9th. Mikael Poseidnot in 10th place. Matthew Wadley, casualty of some of the drama from early on, is just behind him. Casey Enzer-Smith can smell the exhaust fumes from Eric Haystack's kart, and he's getting himself up. It looks like to line up, a move at the double left. At the very first left turn, he goes down the inside and head down, now chasing Wally, if he doesn't have too much defending to do from both Haystack and Sneeman. Sneeman made a move on Haystack. Looks like they made contact. Haystack looking over his shoulder, almost signaling a go down the inside at turn 2, which Sneeman obliges to. Very happy to do that and take third place, which he's been eyeing for a long time now. A couple of kart lengths already in between Sneeman and Haystack. That happened very quickly. Needs some cat-like reflexes to achieve that. Rushan Goodman has Neelam Marks to worry about at the moment. Half a kart length in between the two of them. Turn 1 maybe a scene for something exciting. Nothing as of yet. Sikudu defending profusely from someone behind him there. With good reason too. Could be something close between Van der Walt and Sikudu brewing. Let's see what happens going on to pit corner. Sikudu's looking over his shoulder, going into the tunnel. Takes a bit of skill to do that. Nothing at pit corner as yet. Sikudu not too good of a run going up the hill into the double rights. He's lost even more time. And he's got Van der Walt to worry about going into that double left. And possibly a turn 1. Let's see what happens. And Mikhail Poseidonhout actually might want to join that battle. It's a 3-way. But the more intense end is probably with that front 2, at least for the time being. But Poseidonhout may want to be patient. Something may materialize for him there to secure himself a top 9, top 8 position. But in the meantime, Rushan Goodman still has a lot of defending to do. And defend he does at the double left. Neelam Marks has to bide his time and maybe wait for a bit later into the race. We're 7 laps across this 12-lap heat, and it's only the first of the day. 2 more to go. The first 2 heats are going to count for the grid positions in heat 3. So some good behavior may pay off for you in the first 2 heats. And it's worth noting that we've seen no good behavior so far. Very dramatic stuff for the beginning of the race. Sikudu more defending to do from Van der Walt. And it seems like Van der Walt is having trouble getting past Sikudu more than it is Sikudu defending well. Because Sikudu down the straight has a kart length or 2 on Van der Walt. But in the tightest sections of the circuit is where Van der Walt gains back that disadvantage. But in the meantime, a man on the move, Casey Enzer Smith, fastest lap we've seen so far, 42.1. But it becomes the difference of millimeters between he and Muhammad Wali, who set a 42.1. For Casey Enzer Smith, there was a 42.10, so really nothing in between them. But they're in cruising pace at the moment. As Rushan, or rather, Troy Sneeman, who has a very similar looking livery to Rushan Goodman, has to do a bit of defending, and likewise with Rushan Goodman, as they both make their way out of the tunnel. Going into pit corner now, Troy Sneeman has to look down the inside to defend from Haystack. Haystack just stuck her nose in, but did not commit. Nothing yet to worry about from Goodman, who's got a kart length ahead of Van der Walt. But Sneeman may have to watch Haystack. Going out into the double left now. Haystack closing in and has a really good run. Has a look down the inside. Sneeman knows it and defends profusely at that. Looking over his shoulder as he does so. I wonder how these karters manage this. Profuse defending from Sneeman. Down the inside is an understatement as they go down into the tunnel. Likewise with Goodman, who now has gained a kart length and halved the distance between himself and that battle between Sneeman and Haystack. Now this is indirectly a 4-way battle, but they don't quite seem related as yet. But Sneeman's defensive maneuvers may bring in Rushan Goodman and Van der Walt into this fight, so we're yet to see. Again, immediately down the inside goes Sneeman. Haystack with incredible straight line speed and a lot of skill and late braking. Doesn't pay off though for him to take that position from Sneeman. Rushan Kubin now in with a chance, going down the inside of Haystack, but doesn't make it stick, and it is a four-way battle just as predicted a couple of seconds ago. Now coming out of pit corner, Goodman has a good run, braking very late. And over at Rotax corner, they seem to be neat so far, but it's all going to concertina going up to that double left where Haystack seems to have some sort of advantage. But in the meantime, Muhammad Wali has secured himself that first place finish. Casey Enzer Smith and that profuse battle for third place sees Troy Sneeman securing and making sure Eric Haystack could do nothing about it. Haystack takes a fourth place position, Rushan Goodman in fifth, Neelan Marks in 6th place, Kian Spies in 7th, Ulerato Sikudu 8th place, Mikael Poseidonot 9th place managed to benefit from that battle, and Brandon van der Walt bringing up the top 10. That felt like half the day, and it's only just the beginning. Some exciting racing already. We wait for the next class, that is the Micromaxers, who have been patiently waiting to get their turn to show us how it's done. Stand by.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
And the Micromaxes have been waiting patiently for their turn to show what they've got, and show us they will. At the head of this long Micromax snake is Christian Ferreil, who set a pole sitting lap of 48 dead. 48 dead is also what Ronaldo Koen achieved, but slightly adrift of Ferreil. In third place, Matthew Shuttleworth, Rafael da Silva in fourth place, Brody Dowling in fifth, Ruvan Maris in sixth, Callum Dutoy in seventh, Benjamin Gibbard in eighth, and Michael O'Mahony in ninth. Kian Reddy rounds up the top 10. Mandume Kayamo, and Nande Kayamo 11th and 12th. Alicio Brits in 13th, Santiago Frade 14th, Milan Fischer in 15th, Omule Momvana in 16th, Romano Hussein in 17th, and Koket Ondlovu 18th place. Ashan Reddy, the 626 cart, bringing up the rear of the field. Okay, the marshals seem to be happy with the formation lap. Everything is go. We're hoping for a clean one. Everybody within their tram lines. It's lights on for the Micromax class at the African Open in 2023. Lights off and away they go immediately. Defensive maneuvers down into turn one. Everything clean so far for Ferreil. Side by side between that 669 of Da Silva. And it looks like Ronaldo Koen there. Already argy-bargy. But going down into the tunnel, they all seem clean. Approaching pit corner now. Ferreil with some breathing room. Going up the hill. Gets a very good run. Still plenty space in between him and that trailing four, vying for the final remaining podium positions. Ronaldo Koen seems to have them at bay at the moment. They're going into the double left. Nothing as of yet. Nothing as of yet for Koen to worry about. But Da Silva will be patient, it seems, for the time being, because he knows just how well Koen can defend. But behind him, Shuttleworth in that bright orange helmet will be watching very keenly for that battle for third, or watching to defend as he loses his position in pit corner. How quickly things change. Now Shuttleworth will quickly want that back. He does not want any delays coming from Brody Dowling. And going on to the double left, it seems like an order's been established there, especially with the top three. Things spreading out a bit, but Koen has found a 10th or two down the straight. Incredible top-end speed. Sees him having Ferreil within sight. Pit corner may be a different story. But a side-by-side battle they're forming between Kayamo as well as Alicio Brits. That top five is spread out a bit, going on to the double right just after Rotax corner. Ferreil didn't get a clean run out. Ooh, bit of a tap there between 690 and 688. That is, of course, Benjamin Gibbard, as well as 689 rather, Michael O'Mahony. But Ferreil didn't get a good run coming out of the double right, but seems to keep things in control at the moment. Koen looking over his shoulder because he definitely does have someone to worry about as things stand. Third place is not exactly secure for him, as Da Silva will be waiting keenly for him to make a mistake or to take matters into his own hands and make an overtaking maneuver. That top three is concertinaing at the moment, going on into the double right. There's been a change in pace, either a gain from Koen and Da Silva or a loss from Ferreil. Da Silva reminding Koen that he's there. Might have brushed his rear bumper there. Going into turn one, nothing will material. Oh, Koen going down the inside of Ferreil. Ferreil has to watch out for Da Silva, who's in tow. Ferreil answers back and takes first place. How did he recover that? Looked like Koen had it for the taking. Shuttleworth also in a battle there for fourth place. It's him and Ruvan Maritz Going into pit corner now. Nothing yet for Shuttleworth. He has to bide his time. Da Silva asking all sorts of questions of Kun. And a double left, maybe a place to be, not yet. Just might materialize for Da Silva, but he doesn't have a look down the inside. I think he's going to be patient. He's learned his lesson. We're at the halfway mark of the race, mind you. It's only 5 laps of 10 completed so far. Shuttleworth troubling Brody Dowling. Profuse defense there from Milan Fisher. Slightly ahead of Nande Kayamo. And that's the battle, of course, for 14th and 15th. So there's battles everywhere. Don't mind me focusing on the front or the head of this Micromax snake. There's plenty battles happening across the field. For instance, I just saw a 10th or so gain in kart 6. That is 689 of Michael O'Mahony. Fastest man on the lap on the track so far, Rafael da Silva with a 47.7. That seems to be the pace for that top 3. 47.7s and low 47.8s. Oh, that top 3. Ooh, da Silva getting closer and closer to Kun coming out of pit corner. Very good run up the hill. Won't risk it at the double right. Very tricky place to secure a move there. But there may be a scene at turn 1. But in the meantime, a couple of battles happening at the rear of the circuit. Da Silva seems to have Kun lined up, but still may not be the place to be. Shuttleworth also has to bide his time as it stands behind Brody Dowling. The time will come when Dowling will have to make his kart as wide as possible. Shuttleworth is capable of some incredible overtaking maneuvers. Dowling seems to have found a kart length coming out of the tunnel, but Shuttleworth has a very good run going up the hill. Dowling may have slightly outbraked himself there. Ruvan Marat's having a very quiet time in 6th place, watching the battle between Shuttleworth and Dowling from afar. Da Silva seemed to have lost out a kart length or 2 going down the home straight, but going into the tunnel is where he seems to gain back his position and makes the most gains on Kun. Now Ferreil, rather, in the lead, seems to have shaken off some of the niggles that he had over the past couple of laps. He's been a lot cleaner with his lap times and racing line. We're at lap 8 of 10. So the end is in sight for Heat 1 of the Micromax class. Shuttleworth looking a lot more menacing there on Brody Dowling. Not yet. He's probably counting down. He just wants lap 9 or 10 for him to secure his move. He knows it could be taken at any moment. Very difficult to call. Very close battle happening there between Kayamo, Dutoy, as well as Reddy. A top 7, top 8 position seems to be hotly contested. And hotly contested today at 31 degrees Celsius is a literal term. And it's the checkered flag for Christian Ferreil. Fantastically driven. Ronaldo Kun in 2nd place. Rafael da Silva in 3rd. Brody Dowling in 4th. And Matthew Shuttleworth in 5th place. Very closely contested top 5, albeit slightly split. Ruvan Marat takes 6th place. Benjamin Kibard in 7th and Kian Reddy in 8th place. Callum Dutoy in 9th. And Mandu Mekayamo wraps up the top 10. They waited patiently and they brought a reason why we had to wait for them too. Fantastic bit of racing from the Micromaxes, very calculated. They're definitely thinking about the rest of the day, as Heat 1 and 2 count very much for what happens in Heat 3 as far as grid positioning is concerned. Fantastic bit of racing from the Micromaxes. We now await the Junior Max class in a couple of minutes. And the Junior Max is getting their formation lap underway. Car 437 leads the pack. That is Vian Boshoff. Fantastic bit of racing ahead of us. But the pole man, Ken Swartz, the 458 cart. In second place is Vian Boshoff. Third, Jono Wilson, Gianna Pasquale, the 417 cart there in fourth. Georgia Lanitz in fifth. Amani Kinua in sixth place. So the Junior Max carts is trying to get their tires into temperature as quickly as they can. There's very little of the formation lap remaining. The final two turns remaining. So far so good. The marshals seem to be happy. And Heat 1 for the Junior Max class, the African Open, is underway. It's lights on, lights off. Aggressive moves into the inside by Pasquale, but she gets squeezed. Oof. I wonder how all of them made it out of that one. Very, very small space turn one became in a matter of seconds. But coming out of the tunnel, it's still very compressed, very tight. Nothing to call as yet, but Ken Swartz happy in the lead. Boshoff right behind him, watching for any mistakes. Lanitz in third, watching closely. Pasquale in fourth place there, going over the bridge. It looks like Boshoff gained a couple of tenths going into the double left there. But as it stands, it's Ken Swartz still in the lead. In third place, Georgia Lanitz and Gianna Pasquale right behind. Lanitz made incredible strides. Looks like Boshoff has to watch his shoulder. Defending. Pit corner is going to be a small space in a couple of seconds. Georgia Lanitz might have a look down the inside. Nope. Boshoff found some pace going out of the tunnel. Now Pasquale has to defend profusely from Jordan Wadley, who's having a look down the inside there. But Wadley is bringing Jono Wilson in tow. Wilson takes that place going into the double right. Secured it before the first turn of the double right. Fantastic move. Georgia Lanitz has a lot of pace and could very quickly threaten Boshoff's second place, and immediately does a turn one, having a look down the inside. Boshoff, generous with the room, fair with the space. Georgia Lanitz secures second place. Georgia Lanitz, fastest lady on the circuit, fastest carter on the circuit with a 42.2. It's a 42.27, of course. Ken Swartz with a 42.29. Very little in between the two of them. They're going to be matched for pace. Looks like Vian Boshoff is adjusting something on the right-hand side. Might be the radiator, given the heat. An even faster lap time from Georgia Lanitz. Ken Swartz has some defending to do in a couple of laps. Jordan Wadley looking over his shoulder there. Amani Kunua right behind him, as well as his Dalut in 8th place. Georgia Lanitz has gained a kart length on Ken Swartz in the lead. She's within touching distance of first place. I do wonder if it's going to be a game of patience or trying to pressurize Ken Swartz to make a mistake. John Wilson has to defend going to turn one with Wadley. He's not going to let him go without giving him a bit of trouble. Wadley had no answers to Wilson. Wilson signaling for them to go for the distance. Wait for the end of this 12-lap race. It's only 4 laps so far. Ken Swartz's pace has reeled in not only George Alanitz, but Vian Boshoff as well. So it's a 3-way battle there at the front. But John Wilson seems to have convinced Wadley to wait for the end. It's still quite an early race, as there's a cart length in between the two of them. Ken Swartz having to defend very aggressively going down the inside. Not sure when Lanitz is going to make her move, but it's going to be soon, as Boshoff is now the quickest man on circuit, gaining from that toe. Listen, there's nothing in between that top 3. Pit corner, could be something brewing there. Boshoff lost out incredibly coming out of the tunnel. Might have had the wrong racing line there, but Lanitz still has Ken Swartz in sight. And almost as much as Boshoff lost going out of the tunnel, gained immensely at the double right, and he's back within a cart length of George Lanitz, as that top 3 still vying it out. Ken Swartz defending as ever. Can't be too sure when the move is going to happen, but it's definitely going to happen. And as I predicted, George Alanitz is playing the patience game, possibly waiting for Swartz to make a mistake and not making it obvious when she's going to make her move. So Swartz can't relax until the end of this race, and it's another 6 laps to go. Pasquale having a quiet race in 4th place as she's watching the battle there. But John Wilson may be looming, a looming battle there for her. She may have to worry about him not too long from now. Judging by the lap times, John Wilson is a shade quicker than Pasquale, and he's getting himself up, getting ready for that battle. But as it stands, that front 3 remains unchanged. Surprising considering how quick how close they are rather. Vian Boshoff lost out, under braking I presume, going into pit corner, because at the double right now there's about 1.5 cart length between him and Lanitz. As John Wilson is reeling in Gianna Pasquale. Swartz defending down the inside. He just doesn't know when the move is coming. Vian Boshoff has incredible top end pace, and George Lanitz rather knows it. John Wilson proving that Wadley did not have the pace for the battle he was trying to get involved in there. A cart length and then some in between Wadley and Wilson. And I'm sure by now, Gianna Pasquale can hear Wilson behind her. He's within touching distance. He's just going to give it a couple of laps. But we're crossing the start-finish for lap 9 now, of 12. So we're counting down also to that battle in the top 3, where they've played it very, very patiently. Vian Boshoff having a very good run up the hill, trying to keep up with Lanitz, but an even better run from Ken Swartz. Significant pace gain there going up over the tunnel, over the bridge. He looks over his shoulder to see he has nothing to worry about as yet going to turn 1. Vian Boshoff squiggly under braking at turn 1 as well. And Georgia Lanitz must have heard that, because she looks over her shoulder going out into turn 2. Oh, Ken Swartz has found something, because he's got some significant room between him and that final podium position battle. Oh, an incident between, looks like Pasquale and John Wilson. That move materialized a lot sooner than we might have thought. They came together nonetheless, and they were both able to recover their carts. Wilson ahead of Pasquale. As the marker goes down for lap 12. So the next lap is going to be lap 12. We're completing lap 11 at the moment. Ken Swartz getting ready to collect that checkered flag for him. Fantastic bit of racing we've seen from that top three. Is Vian Boshoff going to make it stick going into the double left? No, he's not. Checkered flag out. And the win goes to Ken Swartz, dominantly so. Photo flag finish for Vian Boshoff as well as Georgia Lanitz. Very, very close between the two of them. Literally a nose cone. But that top three looks like Ken Swartz, Georgia Lanitz, and Vian Boshoff in third. Amani Kinua in fourth place. Mauro Dalutz in fifth. Jordan Wadley in sixth. Jordan Wadley finally got his sixth place, but he just didn't know how it was going to come. And that was because there was a coming together of John Wilson and Gianna Pasquale. Fantastic bit of racing from the Junior Maxes. Jesse Swart is in seventh place. Cole Hewitson in eighth. And John Wilson, of course, and Gianna Pasquale in ninth and 10th. Stand by, of course, for the next class. That is the Minimaxes with a 10-lap race ahead of us in the next few minutes. And the Minimaxes are getting ready for 10 laps ahead of them. We're almost at the midway mark of the day. That is 11:30, and temperatures say something different. You'd swear we're at the peak of the day's heat, but it's not the case quite yet. And of course, the Minimax is going to concertina not too shortly from now. But as it stands, Riachile Mailula is the lead man in pole. Tepang Sisinwana in second. Keegan Martin in third place. Emma Dowling in fourth. Franco Gibart in fifth place. Kelly Bordendal in sixth. Darrell Goodman in seventh. And Nicholas Lennox in eighth place. Crawling pace as they go over the tunnel for that formation lap. Hope none of them stall, because that is quite a crawling pace. But these are seasoned karters, young as they are at Minimax age. They definitely know how to compete and give us the best of the day's action as they come out. It's lights on for the Minimaxes. And lights off. Marshals are happy. Profuse defending going out into turn one. Oh, a spin for Mailula. He got a tap there. Everyone comes out okay, but Mailula lost out the most, having been the lead man. Is now the trailing man, and he will be fuming with no help needed from the sunlight he's under. It's going to be a long day for him. But as it stands, that top four, top five has changed. Couple of decent runs going up the hill at the moment. Looks like the whole field is complete. No one was a major casualty of the coming togethers there at turn one. But the order for the time being, as the first official lap has been completed for the Minimax class. Keegan Martin in the lead ahead of Franco Kibart, Tshepang Sisinwana in third place, Caleb Odendal in fourth, Nicholas Lennox in fifth place, Durrell Goodman in sixth, and Emma Dowling in seventh place, Zaidan Hussein and Carl Spies in eighth and ninth, and Goncalo Betancourt in 10th place, and Andre Betancourt in 11th. Keegan Martin has quite a bit to worry about behind him because they all look matched for pace in that top four. Mailula working profusely to make places. Nice move down the inside there from Durrell Goodman, securing himself that position. Very well done. He's gotten himself the fifth place. Fastest on the track so far, 46.4 from Tshepang Sisinwana. And it's no surprise he can get it too. He's got a very decent toe from Franco Kibart. Sisinwana taking the tighter line there at the double right, and you can see the gains immediately as they go over the tunnel. He's going to make a move going down into turn one. At the double left he makes the move. I beg your pardon. He says he's more aggressive than that, and he's going to have to defend very soon. And it's not quite over yet. Kibart is right with him, side by side even. Kibart under braking, not letting Sisinwana go as yet. They're approaching pit corner now. Sisinwana can breathe for a little bit, going up the hill at Rotax corner. Someone who can breathe a lot more is Keegan Martin as he's going over the tunnel well in comfort, ahead of that top three. Caleb Odendal will be watching very closely from fourth place. He's not too far off from gaining from anything that happens in front of him. But Emma Dowling happy to secure the position he's at right now in fifth, but only slightly ahead of Durrell Goodman. And we know what Goodman can do. Does not mind a good overtaking move. It looks like Franco Kibart has lost out a bit. Caught length in between him and Tshepang Sisinwana. Either that or he's holding back a little bit now. We're only at lap 4 of 10, of course. Less than halfway through the race. Very, very close between Sisinwana as well as Kibart. How long is it going to take? It's a ticking time bomb there for that third place, or the second place position. Third place would be a concession in this case. It's very hotly contested. But as it stands, it's Keegan Martin still in the lead. I have a long train of competitive Minimax karters. Crossing the start finish now at exactly the halfway mark. Lap 6 begins of 10. And Kibart seems to have pulled back a bit from Sisinwana. But Reachele Mailula, unsurprisingly, from 7th place, the fastest man on circuit with a 45.9. The front runners, mind you, are running 46.2s. That should tell you something. He's a man on a mission, and he's in 7th at the moment with Durrell Goodman ahead of him. It's a ticking time bomb there for that second place position. It very much looks like Kibart is just biding his time, and down the inside goes Mailula. Every lap he's getting an overtaking move. Fantastically secured 6th there. And he remains the fastest man on circuit, the only person with a 45 something beneath the 46s. Keegan Martin gaining incredible pace there from Rotax corner to the double right. Seems to have found a shortcut to the circuit. I don't know if that's because he's very fast or the battle between Shisinwana and Gibbard is causing them to lose pace. There it is, side by side with Gibbard and Shisinwana. Oh, Shisinwana closing the door very quickly to his stablemate there. Mailula now in 5th place. Remember, he needs to get back his podium position. Came into this in pole. Will he finish that way? He's got 1.5 laps to do it, as we are at lap 8 of 10. Shisinwana still profusely defending and finding part lengths where he can. Marshall at the start finish, ready to grab her flag. She's getting the checker flag a bit closer. And the karters at the front can feel it, so we may see a bit of aggression for the remainder of this race. But Keegan Martin has nothing to worry about out at the front. It's that final 2 positions in the podium where it's going to be tense. Mailula still in 5th place, looking at Caleb Ordendale. The double left may be a scene. Ordendale looking over his shoulder, ready to defend. As Keegan Martin approaches and takes the checkered flag, fantastically won from him. Tsepang Shisinwana in 2nd place and Gibbard in 3rd. A hotly fought 4th and 5th. Didn't quite materialize for Mailula, but Ordendale takes 4th place and Mailula takes 5th. Emma Dowling in 6th place, Durrell Goodman in 7th, Nicholas Lennox in 8th, Zaidan Hussein in 9th place, and Kyle Spies wraps up the top 10. Wow, tense top 3, particularly with 2nd and 3rd. A lot of close racing in between those young karters. And of course, we have a couple of more classes to go. The premier class of Rotax Racing. That is the DD2 class, with 12 laps ahead of us in the next few minutes. Stand by. That's correct, you hear the same buzz, but a little bit different. That's because this is the gearbox class. These are 2-speed karts, achieving incredible speed down the home straight. And at the lead of the field, Jamie Smith leading the DD2s with a qualifying lap set at 41 dead. That is ahead of Brandon Smith, his brother, with 41.1. Nicholas Verstanis in 3rd place, 41.2. Sebastian Boyd, 41.2. Detecting a trend there, nothing in between anybody in that top 4. Kian Grottis will be looking to gain some spoils there with a 41.5. Joseph Oels in 6th place with a 41.5 as well. Very, very tight battling going to be happening. Dusan Radovic in a 41.5 as well. That is from 7th position. So, well split. Race pace, of course, will be different. Formation lap seems good so far, as our DD2s are crawling pace for lights out for the first heat with the premier class Rotax Racing in Africa. Approaching the final left-hand turn, going down to the start-finish. It's lights on, lights off, clean start immediately. You have to defend the inside, crucial things. Not everyone makes it out okay. 3 carts come together. Cart number 51, a straggler from that incident, but is a much more serious looking injury. Turn 1, I don't have it in view at the moment, but that was very close. Marshals quickly to the scene to recover cart 51. That is Zane Buthin. But as it stands, Jamie Smith out in the lead, ahead of Brandon. Marshals are happy for the race to continue, nothing obstructing race proceedings. Jamie Smith in the lead, ahead of Brandon Smith. Dylan Thompson making some gains, benefiting from that turn 1 incident. Nick Vistanis in 4th, Sebastian Boyd in 5th place, Riza Levy in 6th, and Kian Grottis in 7th. Dylan Thompson has some problems ahead and behind him. Nick Vistanis has gained a cart length or 2 behind him. While Brandon Smith is going to be a formidable defense to get past, ahead of him in 3rd. Amazing to see how quickly they revisit the start-finish. A lot quicker times we're going to be seeing here. Jamie Smith still in the lead, however. Sebastian Boyd getting the fastest lap time so far, the 41.7. He, of course, achieves that from 5th place, right behind that hotly contested top 5 battle. Jamie Smith seems to have lost out on a couple of cart lengths at the moment, cart lengths rather. Seems like Riza Levy, Joseph Oels, as well as Kian Grottis have established the pace they're happy to run with. There's a battle looming there. Under braking, Joey Oels has gained a couple of cart lengths on that 44 cart of Riza Levy. Levy may have to be defending very, very soon. But so will Oels if he does not make that move stick cleanly enough. Oels down the inside at pit corner, nicely done. And just as predicted, he's now side by side with Kian Grottis, but Grottis cannot make it stick going out to the double right. Grottis will have to wait his turn, but well done by Oels. Sebastian Boyd gaining on Dylan Thompson as they revisit the start-finish. Must be lining something up very quickly. Kian Grottis can smell the fuse of Oels' cart. Kian Grottis under braking, gaining even more. Trying to catch up with Joey Oels. Someone else gaining even more. It looks like Sebastian Boyd gaining to try and get to Dylan Thompson, who's trying to get to Nick Vistanis. Or is it a very good defensive job there from Brandon Smith ahead of that 3? Boyd having a look down the inside of Dylan Thompson and makes it stick. Dylan Thompson fair. Joey Oels having to defend from Kian Grottis, has him at bay so far. Sebastian Boyd now looks to Nick Vistanis if he doesn't have any trouble from Dylan Thompson trying to get his own back. Looks like he's gotten a couple of cart lengths coming out of the tunnel. Happy days for Boyd so far. Now Nick Vistanis has some defending to do. Joey Oels seems to have lost out from Kian Grottis rather. Sebastian Boyd making a move there at the double left ahead of Nick Verstanis. Verstanis trying to answer back, having a look down the inside. Nothing going for that 24 Tony kart. Dylan Thompson's going to have to make a reapplication into that top 4 position. Let's see if he can find the pace in between now and the end. We're at the halfway mark. 6 laps gone for a 12-lap race. Jamie Smith having the time of his life out at the front. And Riza Levy seems to have come off the worst from that top 7 battle, as he's on the trailing end at the moment. Doesn't seem to have had the pace to stick with Kian Gratis and Joey Olds out ahead of him. Nick Verstanis maybe biding his time to get his own back at Sebastian Boyd there. But Boyd needs to find a way around Brandon Smith, because that is a tough defense, it looks like, to get past. Got only a couple more laps to go. We're rounding up lap 7 now. And we're 8 laps across officially now. And things are going to get tighter really soon for that final podium position. Nick Verstanis may stand to gain something if there are any spoils between Sebastian Boyd and Brandon Smith. Remains to be seen. Now remember, the incentive is that good positions, good finishing positions for Heat 1 and 2 are going to pay dividends in terms of grid position in Heat 3. So, pays to have good behavior rather in Heat 1 and 2, in other words. Sebastian Boyd, nothing in between him and Brandon Smith, down the inside. Cleanly done. He's made it. Oh no, he hasn't. He has not made it stick. Brandon Smith saying, in whose town? Defends profusely. Try again, Boyd. Or try again for Verstanis, because now Boyd has been thrown back into reaching length for Verstanis. Boyd's kart seems to be coming off worse there from that double right, but nothing lost. Jamie Smith happily in the lead, and Brandon Smith putting on a defense there with Boyd coming back for more. The tunnel or pit corner is going to be a scene for something interesting. Half a kart length in between Boyd and Smith. That is Brandon, of course. Brandon Smith found some pace there coming out of the tunnel. Had the better racing line. And Nick Verstanis will have to try again. He's going to have to try something a bit different as the day progresses. But for him to challenge that front 3, he's going to need a bit more. For the time being, Jamie Smith has all but stamped his name on Heat 1. Sebastian Boyd squiggly under braking going into turn 1. A sign of aggression, perhaps. A sign Brandon Smith may have something to worry about going into pit corner. Let's see. Nothing. Brandon Smith has incredible pace coming out of pit corner, but under braking, or at the exit of pit corner, Boyd found a lot of pace. And that double left is going to be a very small space not too long from now. Let's have a look and see. But in the meantime, Jamie Smith is collecting his well-earned checkered flag, and Brandon Smith manages to secure second place ahead of Sebastian Boyd and Nick Verstanis in 4th place. Dylan Thompson in 5th, Kian Gratis in 6th place, and behind him, Joey Olds. Wow. Okay, you can see the chest materializing. You can see them thinking. If there were call-out clouds over their helmets, I wonder what they'd say. A fantastic bit of racing from the DD2 class, the premier of Rotax racing in the country. Plenty of prizes in store. A grand prize to go and compete against the world's best in Rotax racing in Bahrain in December. So you're getting yourself a plane ticket and a ticket to compete. Plenty of action remaining. And plenty of action remaining from the DD2s, of course. We've still got one more DD2 class, that is the DD2 Masters. In just a couple of minutes. And the DD2 Masters are ready to go. Just having a look at their morning warm-ups. What would be more convincing to look at in terms of pace and just what these cars are capable of is their qualifying time from yesterday. And at the lead, of course, Eugene Brits. Where have you heard that name before? Bjorn Roos, Christian Boucher, Philip Chapa, and Llewellyn Sutherland bring your top 5. The fastest man, of course, Brits with a 41.9, 42 dead for Bjorn Roos, and Christian Boucher with a 42.5. So quite some distance in between that top 2 and the rest of the pack. Racing pace, of course, always a different prospect for this 8-kart field. But it will be very close competition nonetheless. Watch that top 2. The veterans of the game, and names you're all too familiar with, and vying for that ticket to spectate at the World Finals. The DD2 Masters lights off, and it's immediate defense there from kart 101 of Eugene Brits, well kept from Bjorn Roos, and they all come out clean and unscathed. Brits has a really good run going into turn 2, immediate kart length or 2 there. And coming out of the tunnel, he's even more secure, at least for the time being. Those top 2 karts have immediately had a very, very good run going up the hill. Christian Boucher will have a bit of a fight on his hands. Quite some defending for him to do. But not looking over his shoulder just yet. But as it stands, it's Eugene Brits in the lead. Bjorn Roos, Christian Boucher, Philip Shepard, Llewellyn Sutherland, and Grant Veenstra. And Ming Ma in 7th place, Mark Villinger in 8th, and Jonathan Kairos bringing up the pack in 9th. Bjorn Roos has found a lot of pace somehow, because he can taste a possible first place there, with him and Eugene Brits possibly coming together at some point. Maybe an overtaking move looming there between the top 2, but nothing yet. Bjorn Roos is studying Eugene Brits' racing line and ways of placing his kart. Something pending though. Keep your eyes peeled. But in 5th and 6th is a bit of a battle there between Grant Veenstra as well as Llewellyn Sutherland. There's nothing in between them. Sutherland under braking, gaining some time on Veenstra. And has an even better run, does Sutherland up the hill. I beg your pardon, that is Veenstra getting a really good run up the hill. And he does so on Philippe Chapat. Chapat looking over his shoulder, going across the start-finish. Veenstra again under braking. I think that's his calling card so far. The 155 of Philippe Chapat. Bjorn Roos, getting a very good run. Coming out of pit corner and going up the hill. Inherently seems to have more pace, a lot more pace than Eugene Brits around these tighter corners. But Brits still has the fastest lap we've seen thus far, only by a shade though, nothing in it. Bjorn Roos is definitely biding his time, or not anymore. Down the inside of turn 1, secures it, a bit squiggly going into it. Veenstra going around the outside, impressive straight line speed to secure himself that 4th place. Philippe Chapat has to try again. Now let's see what Bjorn Roos does in the lead and how Eugene Brits can recover. But they seem very, very matched for pace. Someone having a very quiet race, Christian Boucher. Would he prefer it that way though? Well, it's not going to be the case for long, judging by Grant Veenstra's pace. Trying to reel him in, but he may be bringing with him a train of 2 in the form of Llewellyn Sutherland and Philippe Chapat. Veenstra's car gripping well under braking, but he loses out. And Llewellyn Sutherland seems like he can gain a thing or two going as he finished up the double right, going over the tunnel now. Sutherland may have smelt some blood. This of course is the battle for 4th and 5th. Sutherland knows it's there. It's very, very close between the two of them. Sutherland under braking has a bit more pace there than Veenstra. Sutherland having a look down the inside of turn 2 but doesn't stick. Pit corner perhaps. In the meantime, Eugene Brits getting a very, very good tow, of course, behind Bjorn Roos in the lead. He's the fastest man on circuit right now with a 42.35 and a 42.36 from Roos. Has to go down to the last 100th of a second with these cars. It's so close. The last thousandths in some cases. Sutherland seems to have lost out from the gains he got a couple of laps ago. Significantly too. Must have been a huge mistake that he made. And he immediately recovers that coming out of the tunnel. Veenstra has some defending to do, going up into Rotax corner. It would be impressive if Sutherland makes a stick down the double right. He doesn't. Had a look though. But of course, watch out for Chapat, who's going to be there to pick up the spoils from that front 4 battle. Top 4 battle. Down the inside goes. Oh, made it stick. That was close. Very well done there. Veenstra losing out position to Sutherland. Chapat has a look, but doesn't make a stick ahead of Veenstra, thinking he could capitalize very quickly while he's still worried about Sutherland ahead of him. But well done by Sutherland. He somehow found pace that he lost. Veenstra had a very good run out of the tunnel. He and Sutherland seem to be matched, where one gains down the straights, the other out of the tunnel is finding a bit of pace. In the meantime, Eugene Brits diving down the inside, leaving it as late as he could. That was so late, it's tomorrow. Wow. Bjorn Roos answers back going into turn 2. Can you tell? That is a lap 9 that we're completing, the final lap of the race. It's Bjorn Roos and Eugene Brits going at it. Gloves off. The marshal has the checkered flag in hand as these two battle it out. Veterans of this game, they know all too well when to do it and how to do it. As Veenstra now has to find answers around Sutherland, doesn't seem to quite have them at the double right, but someone who has all the answers for the first heat of DD2, Bjorn Roos takes the checkered flag ahead of Eugene Brits and Christian Boucher. Wow, nice final closing laps there between those two in the front. An exciting day ahead for the Masters. Llewellyn Sutherland in 4th place, very calculated way to take that 4th, waiting and biding his time behind Grant Veenstra, who is in 5th place. Philippe Chapat in 6th and Marming in 7th. Mark Villenze in 8th place and Jonathan Kairoz wrapping up the field. Wow, quite something there for that last couple of laps, and that's the tactic that's going to be played throughout the day, because the fruits and the rewards come later. But of course, the first heat is done for all the classes. We're now looking for second heat onwards. And of course, we started with the Bambinos once more. Haven't seen them lined up on the grid just as yet, but they will be there soon. Okay, so we are going for a very short lunch break. So everybody cooling off, trying to get their adrenaline levels down. But we will be back shortly to continue the day's racing for Heat 2 and 3 for the rest of the day.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodi Kart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodi Kart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. All year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every 10th, every 100th, every 1000th, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodi Kart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people in countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodi Kart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn.
Underway with the day's racing second heat for the Bambino class. Immediately, Adrian Steyn has to secure his position out at the front, and he does so very well. Luan de Wet right behind him, so he has him in tow. Down into turn 2 they go, under the tunnel. Luan de Wet, as well as Adrian Steyn, well ahead of the pack significantly, considering the race just started. So they had a very good run out of the tunnel, but going up the hill now, it looks like Luc Dutoit has some answers. Had a very good run up the hill. Sorry, that's card 89 of Michael O'Mahony. I'm mistaken there for Luc Dutoit right behind him, card 88. And we're already back underway for the day's action. Straight into it, it's already intense. That front 2. Perhaps Adrian Steyn will have something to worry about for this race. But it's side by side with Mahoney and Dutoit. Dutoit secures that position, but right behind him is card 16, Caleb Rogers. But he ended up losing out. His ambition outweighed him there. He went up too far wide, but he has to bide his time now and wait a little bit longer. Really still looks like Adrian Steyn can't be too comfortable at the moment, as Luan de Wet is giving him no chance to breathe. And the same can be said of Luke Dutoit, who O'Mahony is making sure cannot relax. There's nothing materializing at the double left, but it's still very close between Dutoit and De Wet. Sorry, Adrian Steyn and Luan De Wet out at the front. Luan right on Adrian Steyn's bumper there. But further afield, of course, from fourth onwards from O'Mahony, fifth place, we've got Matthew. Well, looks like a bit of an off there after turn one. Someone trying to get back into their racing line, looked a bit squiggly. But re-establishing normal race proceedings. And in the case of Bambino class, normal race proceedings is Adrian Steyn out at the front. Looks like Luasho Matebula is joining that battle between O'Mahony as well as card 88 of Luke Dutoit. Third position is going to be hotly contested for this class. It looks like, at least. Down the inside. Let's see. Oh, very close, but Mahoney makes it stick. Well done. Dutoit is going to have to find some sort of answer to that leading up into turn two, but he's not going to answer just yet. And coming out of the tunnel, Adrian Steyn and Dutoit are still inseparable. So there's Adrian Steyn and Luan De Wet rather, still inseparable, only a cart length in between them. But Steyn gets a really good run coming out of Rotax corner and out of the double right. But I think that's Luasho Matebula now trying to pressurize Luke Dutoit. Luke Dutoit has lost significant pace, especially going up the hill and over the tunnel. And that three are now packed together again in the battle for the final podium position. O'Mahony under pressure now from two carts and not just one. If Dutoit makes a move, so will Matebula. Nothing as yet, as they've all kept it very neat and tidy. But a lot of swinging here, swinging back and forth and ebbing and flowing. With that pack being led by Aston Forel. He's looking behind him to see exactly what's going on to turn two. Oh, and are coming together at turn one. But in the meantime, coming out of pit corner, O'Mahony still having a very good run up the hill. The double right is in sight now, but Dutoit is right behind him. Matebula taking a shorter line right behind Dutoit. And Luan De Wet getting closer and closer. Seems like he's become a bit more patient now as we are at lap 5, of course, of a total of 8. He's opened up a bit of space between himself and Adrian Steyn, but there's zero space between O'Mahony. Matebula going down the inside. Will he make it stick? He's side by side. He and Dutoit are side by side. Let's see if it's going to happen. Dutoit closes the door. Now going up the hill. Still have our leader, of course, Adrian Steyn. Less emphatic in leading this race, of course, but leading nonetheless. And that trailing three right behind them. Where the bulk of the action is coming. O'Mahony can relax a little bit for the next half a lap or so. Or half a sector of the track. Very competitive between that three as they make their way down the home straight. Down the inside goes. Oh, does he make it stick? Adrian Steyn was making his way down the inside of back marker there. No trouble for him. Neither was there any trouble for Luan De Wet. In the meantime, the cart number 89 there, Michael O'Mahony, still very comfortable in position, but someone who tries to trouble him over the next couple of corners, perhaps because he's gained a bit of pace, that is Luke Dutoit. Luasho Matebula has fallen away significantly over the past half a lap or so. His pace not quite coming together. We've got a straggler there at the rear end of the field. Well, there it is. There was a bit of an incident. But it looks like Adrian Steyn didn't let that affect his race as he made his way over the tunnel. One of the back markers getting in his way there. That is, of course, Russell Josephat. Adrian Steyn still comfortably in the lead. And we have the young karters there in view as they make their way over the tunnel. We have the final lap, of course, underway. Steyn still in the lead. Something has happened to Detroit off screen for him to lose position to Michael O'Mahony. And there's absolutely nothing for Adrian Steyn to worry about at the moment. The luck seems to come the way of O'Mahony as they make their way around the back marker. That might affect the way Detroit could challenge for third position. Still something brewing. But in the meantime, Steyn collects the checkered flag, but O'Mahony may have to defend going into the double left for that final third position. Oh, side by side between the two of them. It's a photo finish between O'Mahony and Detroit. Detroit in the celebration knocks O'Mahony onto the grass. Oh, careful. Close stuff. But fantastic bit of racing nonetheless. Detroit doing very well, securing himself that second position. Very closely contested, and luck came their way there. O'Mahony seemed to have secured himself a second, but there was nothing in between them at the end. So he takes third place, with Loan Defet in fourth, unfortunately falling away with some incidents with the back markers. But that's just the nature of racing. And that's the end of Heat 2 for the Bambinos. Of course, the winner of this particular competition won't be flying out to Bahrain at the end of the year in December for the World Finals, but they do get a prize in the form of a kit from the South African team. It's similar, a similar replica to the South African team's kit that will be representing the country in Bahrain. But I see on the grid we have the next class lining up and ready to give us a bit more action. It is the Senior Max class, which was hotly contested and will continue to increase the temperature as the day progresses. It's Heat 2 for the Senior Maxes coming up in just a couple of minutes. Casey Enzer-Smith leads the head of the slate. It's the Senior Max class coming up for Heat 2. Casey Enzer-Smith, of course, the fastest man on circuit given the lap times he set in Heat 1. So he is in pole position ahead of Mohammed Wali, Eric Haystack, Troy Sneeman, Neil Marks, Rushan Goodman, Kian Spies, Brandon van der Walt. Of course, Senior Max was significantly interrupted in the first 2 laps for the first heat. Wasn't smooth sailing at all, but a lot of the racers we saw involved in some trouble in that first heat are back out onto the circuit, which is great to see. It is the African Open. You do not want to miss out on your chance to be at the World Finals. Now, of course, the winner for the day of this particular class, come Heat 3, is winning a competitive ticket to go to Bahrain at the end of the year in December for the Rotax Max Challenge World Finals. They will be actually competing and racing against the world's best because they are Africa's best. So they have to give it their all for the day. So we're down to crawling pace for the formation lap. All seems to be in order with Casey Enzer-Smith having priority for the whole shot. And Mohammed Wali in tow, riding shotgun with him for turn 1. It's lights on and lights off. Mohammed Wali going straight into the inside, trying to make things uncomfortable for Enzer-Smith. Enzer-Smith, bit squiggly to defend, but he keeps turn 1. Mohammed Wali's behind him, looking over his shoulder, trying to see if there's any trouble. Rushan Goodman is that trouble going down the inside of Eric Haystack and makes it stick. Goodman would have to defend now, going down into pit corner, significantly at that. Squiggly under braking as Haystack gained his position back. He must have taken that under the tunnel. Oh, nice little fight forming already. But the trailing pack, even, it's not even in the front. Things look very tight with that best of the race battle. And at the double left, we're all snaked accordingly so far as we complete the first official lap. Turn 1 looks like a very small space for the time being. Tokyo Drift style is the format for some of these karters. Rushan Goodman looks a bit unstable under braking behind in front of Neil and Marks rather. And in similar fashion, Neil and Marks at pit corner. The rear of his kart looking equally as unstable. But so far, Enzer-Smith looking comfortable. But you can't be too comfortable. It's Mohammed Wali right behind him, vying for that first place position. Troy Sneeman quickly gaining on Wali. Looks to have gained a tenth or two in that final segment of the circuit. But Wali has some decent straight line speed and has made it back into a kart length again. Wali is ever wary of Sneeman right behind him, and that is someone you want to be wary of, that is for sure. But Haystack is now reeling in Sneeman for that third position. Down at pit corner, Haystack is making very, very quick gains. Sneeman has a good run up the hill to try and catch up to Wali. Rushan Goodman has some worries behind him. 2 karts very, very quickly in tow. One of them is Neil Marks and the other is Kian Spies. Let's head down and focus as we completed the 3 laps of the race so far. Eric Haystack making considerable gains over the past lap or so. Definitely has the pace to be in that front 3 position, in the top 3 position rather. He's already comfortably in the tow of the leader of the race. Definitely has the pace to challenge for the day's win. But in the meantime, Rushan Goodman has a train he has to defend from, in the form of Neil Marks as well as Ulurato Sukuru. Had an unfortunate involvement in the earlier incidents in Heat 1, but he's back on pace for this one. Sukuru, of course, a stablemate to Enzer-Smith, the Kazoo Racing boys. Under braking, Haystack continues to gain going down into the tunnel. And Troy Sneeman is going to find himself defending very soon. Good run up the hill from Haystack. Very good run up the hill from Haystack, in fact. Goodman seems to be able to breathe for the time being. and so can Nielan Marks. Sukuru has lost a bit of pace there. Sneeman maybe defending at turn 1. Haystack has a look, but tucks back in. Sneeman has all the reason to look over his shoulder, but he doesn't. Is that confidence or what? Because Haystack is right behind him and can make a move at any moment. They're going down into the tunnel now, coming out of pit corner. Roshan Goodman behind Haystack and Sneeman in that battle has 3 carts worth of pressure. Sukuru trying to look down the inside of Nielan Marks. Marks keeping it a narrow line. Still Haystack very patient behind Troy Sneeman there. Of course, he can reap the benefits of that toe to stay well within reach for the top 3 positions, which look openly available at the halfway mark of the race. Very good run up the hill from Haystack. Wally in a race control composure at the moment, as Goodman has to worry about Nielan Marks, who had a look down the inside, but it's very difficult to take the final right of the double right and gain a position there. Haystack looked a bit wide, getting on the rumble strips, but hasn't lost any pace. But overall, Sneeman has lost a lot of pace to Wally because there are several kart lengths in between the bottom 2 of the top 4 and the top 2 in the form of Casey Enzer-Smith and Wally. Wally recently setting his best lap on 42.234. Goodman looking a bit more comfortable at the helm of that best of the race battle. Sukuru's lost out a bit, and he may have to worry about Spies not too long from now. The further drift. Ooh, there it is. There's that coming together. But turn 1 is secured by Eric Haystack with Troy Sneeman. He didn't make it easy because there was a bit of contact between them. See that front right making contact with the left rear of Troy Sneeman, but both stayed on circuit. Sneeman's definitely going to get his own back in the form of a fight for that position a bit later. But we're 8 laps across in a 12-lap race, and almost immediately Sneeman, while we were looking at the action replay, took his position back, coming out of the tunnel and going up the hill. So it's not going to be easy for Haystack, not at all. Goodman still leads that train of 3. Sikuru now closer than ever to taking the position. But will he make it stick? It's a bit difficult when you have 2 carts behind you and you're trying to gain. And you're trying to make a risky overtaking move. Ooh, that was a back marker being cleared there, it looks like, by Sneeman. It was a bit squiggly under braking, but he was good. Mohammed Wali and Casey Enzer-Smith a bit closer together this time. Roshan Goodman leading. Oh, we've got a spin out there at the double right-hander, but in the meantime, Casey Enzer-Smith and Wally tucking their heads down. Casey Enzer-Smith well aware of Wally right behind him. Wally tucking his head down, trying to gain as much as he can going into the tunnel. Enzer-Smith had the better racing line there, gained half a kart length or so. Someone who gained no kart lengths was Troy Sneeman, as Haystack is right behind him. Enzer-Smith having a good run even up the hill and the double right. Got the 10 laps off 12. And it stands at the final lap now. Is the final lap. The previous lap was the penultimate, I beg your pardon. We've got car 287 off out at the tunnel, but in the meantime, Casey Enzer-Smith going up the hill at the double left now, the Rotax corner, with a kart length in between him and Mohammed Wali, a kart length and a half, so he's not too worried. Someone who should be worried is Troy Sneeman, who's looking over his shoulder, rightly so, as Eric Haystack is right there to capitalize if he can. but someone who's capitalized all race long is Casey Enzer-Smith as he takes the checkered flag ahead of Muhammad Wali in second place. And in third, Troy Snyman ahead of Eric Haystack, who never made it easy for him. Rushan Goodman also never had an easy or relaxed race. But Kian Spee stole sixth place right at the end from Ulirato Sikudu, with a photo finish there for that trailing battle. Evenly spread fighting for the senior max class, as expected. Absolutely lived up to reputation. So now, what remains is episode 3 for the senior maxes of this Rotax Max Racing Omnibus. It will be exciting because, of course, Heat 3 is where the gains from Heat 1 and 2 come into effect. Pre-final 1 and 2 set the position, set the grid starting position for the final race, and that is where everything comes onto the table. So stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, we have the Micromaxes lining up for their second heat of 10 laps. It's their pre-final 2 in just a few moments. And this is the class, the Micromax class, that has me a bit split in terms of which my favorite racing class out here is. It's a close one between the Bambinos and this one, but with good reason. Micromax provided some very close racing in pre-final 1 between the top 3 of Christian Ferreira, Ronaldo Kuhn, as well as Rafael da Silva. But of course, Matthew Shuttleworth and Brody Dowling in 4th and 5th, equally as involved in the action. So there's plenty to be seen for that top 5, top 6 position. It's very, very open, as Ruvan Marit in 6th place could also capitalize with whatever happens in the front. But as it stands, the lead man is Christian Ferreira in 1st place. In 2nd, Ronaldo Kuhn, Rafael da Silva in 3rd, Matthew Shuttleworth in 4th, Brody Dowling in 5th, and Ruvan Marit in 6th place. Kayamo Mandume is in 7th, and in 8th, Callum du Toit. Friday Santiago in 9th, and in 10th, Reddy Kian. We've got a clean looking formation lap at the moment. And as ever, in Rotax Max Challenge fashion, turn 1 is about to become a very, very small space. The ultimate test of your defensive capabilities. It's lights on and lights off. Clean racing so far. Christian Ferreira immediately securing turn 1. Da Silva down the inside takes 2nd place immediately. Ronaldo Kuhn will have to work a bit harder than in pre-final 1. Mark Shuttleworth there, Matthew Shuttleworth rather. Of course, if he drives like an astronaut, it'd be equally as impressive. Oh, Matthew Shuttleworth losing out. He is back down into 5th for some reason. Out of pit corner, he lost out there. He's going to have to work to gain that position back. Immediately the front 3 establishing just how much pace they have, going downhill, uphill, and in all sorts of directions. De Silva challenging for Hale. Can almost feel his bumper on his nose cone. But he's not going to make it at turn 1. Surely it's a bit too early to start battling aggressively. Ronaldo Kun, however, may have a bit in his teeth because he lost second place much earlier than he would have wanted to. Shuttleworth with a bit of work to do there between him and Moritz. And coming out of pit corner, the best of the rest trail rather, still very close, not exactly open and spread out. Brody Dowling is going to keep Shuttleworth at bay for now. Not going to risk it going down into the double left. Dowling definitely aware and looking over the shoulder there. For Hale, nothing to worry about, but they're clearing a back marker there. Straggler possibly from the past. Ooh, squiggly there from the back marker. Squiggly for everyone in that part. Not easy. Shuttleworth trying to secure a move down the inside of Dowling. Didn't work. Difficult place to do it, even for the older classes, let alone the juniors. For Hale with a good run up the hill. Not so much the case with the best of the rest. They have to clear a back marker in at the same time as trying to complete a clean run around the double right, but they seem to be okay so far. The home straight is where they'll clear him. Front 3 remains unchanged, but Shuttleworth is trying to change things there and get possibly promoted into 4th ahead of Dowling. Back marker still ever present. Farrell gained a cart length going down into the tunnel. He's going to come out pretty good, braking into the pit corner. Shuttleworth now clear of the trouble of the back marker. Now has to focus on Dowling and Dowling alone. Ronaldo Kuhn gets a good run up the hill. Not so much by the left-hander, it seems. Will he get a good exit? Shuttleworth looking better around the left-hander. Ronaldo Kuhn getting a good run down the straight, but doesn't have the straight line speed to make it stick down the inside of De Silva. De Silva saying, focus on the end. Let's race together. I have the pace. Or do you? Ooh, turn 1 ever the location for incidents. Shuttleworth closer than ever to Dowling. Surely he's going to make a move stick at some point. Not quite yet at the double right. Perhaps the double left going up the hill. Over the tunnel now. Penultimate corner approaching for that best of the rest battle. The front 3 of course spread out a bit evenly. Ronaldo Kuhn has to wait a bit longer. De Silva said, I'll lead, I have the pace. And it looks like Ronaldo Kuhn is listening. Mark Shuttleworth facing the mother of all defenses, so Matthew Shuttleworth rather. Maybe spur him on and tell him you're driving like an astronaut. Who knows what would happen? He's gained a position so far in astronaut fashion in 4th. But Dowling quickly answered and took that back. Good run up the hill for Dowling. And Shuttleworth trying to make the double right as short as possible to gain that time back. For Hale, very little to worry about at the moment. And De Silva, having said he's the pace man, has to prove that. But it looks like Ronaldo Kuhn has some questions about De Silva's pace because he gains quite a bit going into braking, approaching the tunnel. Let's see how his run up the hill goes. Very good run up the hill in conjunction with that left-hander at Rotax corner. Forel has upped the ante at the moment. De Silva knows the approaching trouble when it comes to Ronaldo Kuhn. the fact that Kun is able to catch up with him within a couple of laps of him saying, let's get ahead and focus on the end of the race, tells you that Kun may be quicker. So they may have to do a switch around there if this is a team strategy and some teamwork at play. But in the meantime, the best lap has come from Christian Verheul. And he's 7/10 ahead of the pack. Completing the 7th lap of the race. And it's a 10-lapper in total. Shuttleworth, a lot less to worry about at the moment. Some space has been found for him. Da Silva, plenty to worry about. Da Silva wants to leave it to the last lap and then put on the mother of all defenses. I see your moves. I'm familiar with your game, Da Silva. Lap 8 just commenced, of course, going down into the tunnel. Da Silva trying his best, utmost best, to keep that car stable under turning. Da Silva also with a very narrow line, making sure Kun does not see any doors. But you could forgive Kun for seeing those doors because the opportunity is there. He's got the pace. Absolutely has the pace. Verheul now can see the marshal lifting the checkered flag, ready to crown him for pre-final 2. But it is the final lap that begins at the moment, and Da Silva has Kun at bay, has found 2 kart lengths. It's exactly as he would want. Shuttleworth in the background there. A lot further adrift than he would have wanted to be. Dowling making sure Shuttleworth cannot secure that 4th place. But something sturdy and secure is that 1st place for Christian Verheul, who's had 0 trouble ever since he defended that turn 1 at the beginning of this race. And he's well-earned 1st place as a checkered flag comes down for Christian Verheul, taking pre-final 2 for the Micromax class. In 2nd, Rafael Da Silva. In 3rd, Ronaldo Kun. And Shuttleworth taking 4th place ahead of Dowling. Fantastic bit of racing between those two for that 4th position. Very, very closely fought for this Micromax class. Wow, there was quite a bit to catch up with in that front 6 at the very least. So much close racing and tactics in between them. The tactics come in quick. The intelligence level in karting is quite impressive for some of these youngsters. Well, a lot of intelligent racing seen from Christian Verheul as he dominated that, taking the win for pre-final 2. Da Silva in 2nd place and Ronaldo Kun getting the final podium position. We're getting ready, of course, for the Junior Maxes, who are lining up at the moment and preparing to get onto the starting grid. Okay, we're back on. And the Junior Maxes are back, but there's nothing junior about them. You saw the dominance of Ken Swartz. You saw the challenges from Jono Wilson. You saw Wiam Boshoff establishing his skill defensively and aggressively. You saw George Lanert with incredible pace very early on in challenging for that final podium position, and that is the positioning of the top 4 at the moment. Gianna Pasquale in 5th place and Mauro Dalutz in 6th, Amani Kinua in 7th, Cole Hewitson in 8th, Jesse Swart in 9th, and Jordan Wadley would have loved to be involved in the battling out in 10th. Let's see if he can redeem himself And it is the formation lap of the Junior Maxes. Car 444 having a bit of trouble there, struggling. That is Cole Hewitson. Hand up. Doesn't know what's going on. Marshall quick to the scene. But in the meantime, racing is underway out at the front. This just Hewitson back running again. Doesn't affect the formation lap. Racing will resume as normal, just as expected. It's lights on. Hewitson will have to work. And lights off. Defend, defend, defend. That's the name of the game. Boshoff, very well done to gain himself that second place. But, closely defended. Looks like Lannet's lost out a bit there, getting a bit of the marking on the track there over the curbs very roughly at that. I wonder how the car to respond to that. Bit of damage must have been taken, surely. That did not look comfortable. But out in the lead, of course, Ken Swartz comfortably at that. And Dejan Boshoff did very well to try and challenge for second place, but ultimately he did lose out to Jono Wilson. And Wilson will be well aware of Boshoff right behind him. Everybody in tandem looking over their shoulders. Boshoff trying to look down the inside of Wilson. Couldn't make it stick. You can hear the tires being wrung by the chassis flexing around the corner there at turn 1. Going into the tunnel, Ken Swartz, very, very good run. Under braking and coming out, accelerating there. But Jono Wilson seems to be able to match that. 2 car lengths in between them so far. Pasquale having to defend for the time being, securing that 4th place. Ken Swartz knows what's behind him and wants to keep it behind him, and that right now is Jono Wilson. Dejan Boshoff adjusting his radiator. Yeah, given the heat, a radiator is something you might want to adjust every now and then. Open that flap wide as you can. Keep the engine cool. These, of course, are water-cooled engines. Dejan Boshoff doing really well to keep within reach of that top 3. You see the axle, the inner left tire of Gianno Pasquale jacking there as they made their way around Rotax corner. Boshoff looks to have the pace to challenge Jono Wilson as they're both sort of falling away now from Ken Swartz. And Jono Wilson knows the threat of Boshoff is there. Under braking, Boshoff made a kart length or 2. And Pasquale in tow. So Boshoff can't necessarily relax and has to make sure if he gets a move very soon on Wilson, it's clean, because Pasquale could capitalize on that. Nemanja Kinua, of course, right behind Pasquale, so he too could actually benefit from any squabbles that happen in front of them. Sturdy into turn 1, they all come and go. Something materializing, something brewing there between Pasquale and Kinua. Ken Swartz setting the best lap of 42.20. Doesn't that sound familiar? Boshoff, though, getting a good run under braking and up the hill on Wilson. And unfortunately, George Alanis seems was a casualty of that incident around lap 2. The kart going over the curb and having fallen out of contention. Pasquale having to defend on Kinua, who's having more than just a look. But Pasquale signaling for the pace game, the long distance. That's where the focus is. Best lap again coming from Ken Swartz, 42.1. It's only halfway, less than halfway through the race. We're completing lap 5 at the moment. And we're about to commence with lap 6, halfway through. Boshoff seems to be managed and kept in Wilson's pocket, or it's him just biding his time. Could be either one, but he looks very good under braking, especially going down into turn 1. Quinoa is backed off from Pascual for the time being, putting a bit of space in between the two of them. But they're still within the same 10th or 2. Good run up the hill by Boshoff. Has a significant advantage on Wilson there. And Wilson has done a good job of keeping Zwartz within reach to some extent. And Boshoff continues to gain down the straight. He has something down the straight, and more so under braking on Wilson. Wilson definitely has to start looking over his shoulder, thinking of something now, because Boshoff may decide very soon that his pace is not working for them to catch that man, Ken Zwartz. Boshoff gaining ever more on Wilson. The double right seems to have been a good section for him. And I can almost guarantee going down the home straight now, another kart length for Boshoff on Wilson. Controlled braking though, they look steady, not overly aggressive at the moment. But we're going on to complete the 8th lap now. It's a 12 lap race of course, so there's still a little bit of time. Ken Zwartz is in reach at the moment to Wilson. It's either Zwartz has dialed it back a bit or Wilson has found some pace out of nowhere. Seemed to be the case in the tighter part of the circuit, but down the straight Ken Zwartz finds something more. But the gap is definitely smaller than before between that front 3. They're all within the same 10th or 2 of a second at the moment. Wilson has definitely dialed it up, that is for sure. Very good run for Wilson out of pit corner. Almost within the same mark of braking. Almost sharing the tarmac with Zwartz at the moment. Ken Zwartz had a good run up the hill, made it very much more easy on the final double left section and going down to home straight. Ken Zwartz checking over his shoulder to see if that worked. It definitely did, young man. But you cannot relax ahead of Wilson and Boshoff right behind him. Wilson gaining again. Going up the hill, Wilson has a very good run, trying to keep his line tighter than Zwartz's line. Same applies to that double right. Let's see if it materializes. Pascual has the beating of Quinoa. Boshoff being left proverbially in the dust, or relatively in the dust, let's say. Because where the top 3 is concerned, if you're 2-3 kart lengths behind, you're in the dust, my friend. Oh, Wilson around the outside of Zwartz, as Zwartz was looking over the wrong shoulder. Zwartz was looking over his right shoulder. As you see, he was looking over his left shoulder, then he looks over his right to see what's going on. And that's when Wilson capitalized. Jeez, fantastic bit of racing. Zwartz is going to pay for that because it is the final lap and Wilson's not going to let him by. He's also making sure his kart's as wide as ever. He's willing it along. Zwartz can do nothing about it. Nothing for him there at the double left. And it's a fantastic final lap win for John Wilson with Zwartz in second and Boshoff a close third. Fantastic bit of racing towards the end. Brilliant tactics there. Gianna Pascual in 4th place, a controlled position. Amani Quinoa in 5th place. His pace didn't seem to be there for him to challenge Pascual. Wow, that was exciting. Jonathan Wadley in 6th place for the Junior Max class. Brilliant bit of tactics there towards the end. We're looking on now to pre-final 2 for the next class, that is the Minimaxes, and it's going to be a 10-lap race. So it's the Minimax class lining up for pre-final 2. Riachile Mailula, pole man, ahead of Keegan Martin, Emma Dowling, as well as Tebang Sisinwana. Exciting bit of racing ahead. A very exciting bit of racing ahead for the Minimax class. It is the formation lap, of course, underway. We saw some interesting battles. Some challenges there came the way of Riachile Mailula. Of course, he fell away in pre-final 1 and had to work his way back up, but his pole position skills, his pole antics, got him the lead position starting this race. So he is the pole man to beat. And Keegan Martin has some challenging there to do. Emma Dowling in 3rd place, Tebang Sisinwana in 4th, Franco Kibard in 5th, and Caleb Ordendal in 6th place. So the Minimax is getting ready to concertina there, get ready for the pre-final 2. They, of course, are in contention for that prize, the grand prize that everyone is here for. It's the most difficult lottery in the world, the most expensive lottery in the world. Oop, bit of an off there with some of our trailing carts. They're going to have to get back onto the circuit as quickly as possible. They do have a bit of time. There's a formation lap, so there's a pace advantage there for them. It all seems to be in order. Right, as they approach and get over the tunnel, everyone's back in and the field is complete. Mailula leading the pack, and he's going to want to make sure he is defending with everything he has, so as not to repeat what happened in pre-final 1. It's not very difficult to keep things under control with the heavy braking you have at the end of turn 1. And it's turn 1 they are approaching now as the lights on. Whoops, and the marshals are not happy with that procedure. It is a false start. We're going to have to do this one more time. So that audition was not good enough. The judges are not happy. So all of them carts are signaling and acknowledging there that it's going to be a restart. Okay, let's try that again. But that front 5, all of them in CRG carts, which are very interesting. So something about that CRG that the front 4, front 5 understand, and they understand it very well, but none more so than the man at the lead. Okay, let's try this one more time. Everything looks clean. Second rendition is always better, is it not? It's a second draft after all. Okay, marshals seem to be happy with everything so far. And for the second time, the Minimax is approaching that double left at crawling pace to do it well the second time round. Approaching the tram lines down the home straight. It's lights on. And we go racing, lights off. Marshals are happy. Immediately down the inside goes Mailula to defend with all he has, as I said, and he does so well. Everyone comes out neatly so far. Keegan Martin still in second. Oh, and a bit of a coming together down the straight, approaching turn 2. Oh my goodness, one of the carters gets knocked out of his cart. Quickly to the scene goes the marshal. The young carter. Oh, there it is. Yeah, bit of an incident there. Someone went sideways and couldn't do anything about it and got T-boned in essence. But cart 5, 7, 8, the biggest loser out of all of that. He's walking on his own steam. Thank goodness. And that is Joshua Hanstein. Joshua seems to be okay, as the rest of the pack now tries to start this again. And just when I thought Hanstein had lost out the most, it looks like cart 536 there, that is Tebang Sisinwana, lost out with a bent axle. It looks like his wheel is completely loose and he's hobbling down and through the pit at the moment as we speak. So we've got a marshal at the beginning. The start finish there has been red flagged, so we're gonna have to do this again. and re-establish the order we had before this melee, before turn 2. Gonna have to quickly re-establish the order, and Marshall getting things underway, the officials getting things underway there almost immediately so we can get things going. It looks like two carts came off the worst, 2 or 3 came off the worst here from that incident. And we have a look at it again now. Yeah, it was in the mid-pack where it all happened, and caught 513 got T-boned there. And then that caused that slowdown and that squeeze just before turn 2. And that's of course where Sisinwano also lost out. Unfortunately for him, it looks like his race is over considering just the condition of his cart there. And in the meantime, we have the Minimax is trying to find some sort of cooling capabilities as they parked in the home straight out in the sweltering sun of Pretoria. It's going to be difficult for them to keep their concentration considering just how difficult it is to perform athletically with conditions such as these. But in the meantime, the Marshall's also rearranging the track to make sure we're going to have a short as possible formation lap so as not to eat into the time of the rest of the day's proceedings here in Pretoria. And just a reminder, of course, that the Minimaxes are competing for a competitive ticket in Bahrain at the end of the year at the World Finals. So it's all to play for. And it definitely does explain the level of competitiveness that we're going to see out on circuit. And we have the Marshals straightening out and laying down the law for the young karters. So yeah, it's a lot out to play for them. Of course, this is pre-final 2, going to determine what happens in the last of the day's heats for them. It's going to count for their position, and that then is where it's all to play for. Of course, the most expensive lottery in the world, I like to call it. They're going to be competing and vying it out against the world's best. We have Africa's best here, of course. A lot of the contingent from across the board having to acclimatize very quickly. You've got Tawana Shambari of Zimbabwe in the 545 cart. He's got an XP chassis. Of course, he started this race in the 7th row from the 13th. And you've also got Paul Oosthuizen from Namibia in the 555. Connor McIntyre is sandwiched there by a lot of the contingent from across the race. He's a local racer. But Joshua Hanstein in 578 there, also of Namibia in 16th. So it's no easy feat to get acclimatized quickly to the Zwartkops race circuit, let alone on a day like this where it is incredibly hot. It's a lot different of a prospect to set up your kart, let alone focus on racing on a day like this. But they are well capable and should be resuming not too long from now. will. It's a test of ambition and a test of patience. I'm seeing some of the karters getting a bit agitated. Trying to stay focused on the race ahead of them. The officials still working to see if all the carts are in running order. I see one of the carts out at the trailing end of the field here that has the attention of the marshals and officials. One of the mechanics is in attendance as well to make sure everything is in running order. Okay, it looks like most of the work that needed to be completed has been attended to, and we have things back in order. Officials seem to be happy, and the head official there getting back on to his superbike to make his way swiftly off the circuit. Right, we're going to resume in the order that we had at the beginning of the race. And we have the Minimaxes lining up once more for another formation lap for the day. We're going to take the short way around so as not to eat into the day's program any longer. And once more, it's Mailula at the helm. He's going to have a rerun of that defense job that he put on at turn 1 just a couple of minutes ago. And someone may have been doing their homework behind him. Could it be Keegan Martin who challenges him? Or Emma Dowling in third place? Tebang Sisinwana unfortunately lost out for that battle. We won't be seeing him. But what we are seeing is lights off again. Keegan Martin losing out slightly with Mailula keeping his position in first place. Going into turn 1, someone going well over the curb there. Turn 1, ever the scene for action. Mailula having to establish himself very quickly again. As we get an action replay of that, Mailula was clean off. It was in third and fourth. That's where the incident was. Someone went sideways and got T-boned. But Mailula having 2 or 3 cars to worry about at the moment as he gets his run up the hill. Keegan Martin right behind him. And they make their way over the tunnel at the moment. Mailula seemed to be getting into stride very quickly. That's exactly what he'd need at the restart of this race. And as we cross officially again, 1 lap has been completed and it's him, Mailula, at the lead. With Keegan Martin and Franco Kibart in tow. Darrell Goodman side by side with Kibart going into turn 2 into the tunnel. And Goodman was the one signaling, saying, I have the pace, follow me. Did Kibart listen? Does he believe him? Is he convinced? We'll see. But if anything materialized between those two, Caleb Odendaal as well as Nicholas Lennox could have something to benefit from there. Of course, Caleb Odendaal, knowing he's got a lot of pace in that kart, well able to challenge at the front and at the sharp end. But at the sharp end at the moment, the fastest man is Mailula. Lap 2 completed. Lap 2 beginning, rather. That's the sound of some of the karters on the rumble strips there. Caleb Odendaal in the middle of quite the battle in the mid-pack in the best of the rest fight. And Odendaal securing himself. He's trying to secure himself there. A decent position to benefit from that action at the front of that pack with Goodman and Lennox. There definitely is something to gain from him there if he's patient. He just has to play it cool. Difficult to achieve in Pretoria on a day like this. Mailula for now riding into the sunset with a 46.8, the best lap so far. Durrell Goodman in 4th place and having to work to try and get to Gibbard and Keegan Martin in 3rd and 2nd respectively. Gibbard has a lot of work to do to defend Durrell Goodman. He's very, very close to supplanting him from that position. Nothing under braking for Goodman at turn 1. Gibbard is the least comfortable of that top 3, as Keegan Martin and Reagile Mailula pretty much have it set for now. Now what could materialize between Goodman and Franco Gibbard is a slowing down between those two, which reels in and allows Nicholas Lennox and Caleb Odendaal to close in on them. The fighting early on doesn't always pay off, doesn't always pay the dividends. But what's at stake now is that decent grid position. The points that they get here are going to make all the difference in how they start pre-final, how they start the final rather, in Heat 3 of today's racing for Minimax. Still, Goodman asking all sorts of questions of Gibbard going down into the tunnel side by side. I see that. I think it's Lennox and Odendaal. Oh, Goodman defending with all he's got. A bit of a switcheroo there with him. Goodman on the inside going up the hill side by side. Oh, it's going to be close with him and Gibbard. But looks like Goodman has the answers going up the hill and again continues with the signal. I have more pace than you. Follow me. Halfway mark of the race completed. We're just starting lap 6. Let's see if Goodman is able to make this half of the race his, because the first belonged to Gibbard and he proved not to have the pace that Goodman was happy to run behind. Odendaal and Lennox very close in tow to that battle for the final podium position. Goodman seemed to have a good run going up the hill, but Gibbard had some answers by the time they got to the double right. Mailula, a man we have no need worrying about for now, seems pretty comfortable. And so does Keegan Martin. Hottest battle we have so far today. But the Minimax class is these two karters vying it out for 3rd place. Going down to the tunnel. Gibbard has a look down the inside, but decides better of it. Caleb Odendaal there seems to have a bit of breathing room, about a kart length in between him and Lennox. Of course, he had to fight for that position. Lennox lost out. Opening up a bit of a gap there, going up across the bridge and the tunnel. Very good run, very, very good run there from Goodman by the double left. Several kart lengths found in that one strip of tarmac. Keegan Martin setting our best lap so far with the 46.3. Always tells you something when a young karter is able to find that pace all on their own. He doesn't have the benefit of tow, because Reagile Mailula is significantly ahead of him. He's putting the hammer down at the moment. And someone else who's putting the hammer down is Darrell Goodman, proving that he definitely does have the pace to lead Gibbard into a better fight, which is closer to those podium, those top 2 podium positions. But the likelihood of that, considering how far into the race we are, not so much. It is the final lap. We just started. And Mailula has had an excellent race at the command of this Minimax field. But the hottest battle has been between Darrell Goodman and Franco Gibbard. Seems like Keegan Martin was able to find some tints and mitigate the massive gap that Mailula had, but didn't make that much of an impact or dent. Incredible performance from Mailula, who's closing up that double left hand to take the checkered flag for pre-final 2 of the Minimax class. Well done to him. In second place, Keegan Martin. Fantastic bit of racing from these young men. Darrell Goodman, a well-secured 3rd place, well fought and strategized. Franco Gibbard had to concede and take 4th place. Caleb Ordendal, 5th, and Lennox in 6th place, and Emma Dowling in 7th. Fantastic bit of racing at the front of the field, particularly that 3rd and 4th battle between these 2 young karters, Gibbard as well as Goodman. Now Goodman should be in a good position going into the final race. That pace was quite impressive, and his ability to clear Gibbard the way he did could put him in a very good position going into the final. But that's how we have it for pre-final 2 for Minimax. Upcoming now, the premier class in Rotax Max Challenge Racing is DD2, while the marshals and officials get ready to clear some of the casualties of the Minimax race. We're going to wait just a short while for DD2 to commence. And we're going up just a decibel or two with the Premier DD2 racing class, DD2s. The first heat, of course, saw an interesting battle at the front, some tactics, some thinking there behind the race, and you could absolutely see it. We had Jamie Smith, who was the pole man for this race, Jamie Smith, who's second in this race, having to defend profusely. Had a very dominant run ahead of the field, and it was Brandon Smith who was defending on a stablemate's behalf. It looked like there was quite a battle there for the third and second positions, but Brandon Smith had a lot of the karters at bay. But this time around, you've got Nick Verstanis, who set a quicker lap than Jamie during that race, and that's earned him pole position going into this heat. So Jamie Smith has a lot of fighting to do ahead of the field. Behind them in third place, you got Sebastian Boyd, who also had a bit of fighting to do to get there, and someone who perhaps was out of the running for that top three positioning, Joseph Oels, set an impressive enough lap time during that race to earn himself a fourth place. So turn one is about to turn into a very small space as ever. It's lights on and lights off. We go racing. Down into turn one. Inside goes Verstanis, but he's being squeezed. Squeezed there by Smith, but he came out and earned his place back. Looking over his shoulder, going down to turn two, he has to go very narrow to defend from Smith. Seems to be kept so far. And Verstanis has the beating of Smith coming out of that turner. But it looks like another name has put himself back into contention. That looks like Grotis in third place. Making a place or two. Making another place was DeLon Thompson, who jumped from 7th on the grid to where he is now in 4th. In the thick of things for this battle in pre-final 2. Nick Verstanis has to focus because under braking, Jamie Smith looks dominant. And in tandem, they look over their shoulders. Kieran Grotis going very narrow to defend it on DeLon Thompson going into the tunnel. Thompson definitely has the pace on Grotis there. It cannot be denied. But now Thompson's losing out. Trying to focus on getting Grotis out the way. Jamie Smith gaining up the hill on Verstanis. Jamie Smith down the inside at the double left-hander. Makes light work of Verstanis there. Verstanis maybe thinking of the long game. Who knows? Jamie Smith going very narrow into turn one. Verstanis can do nothing about it, but it looks like a bit of a switcheroo. They go side by side there, but Jamie Smith definitely ahead of him there. Jamie Smith still ahead going through the tunnel and under braking at pit corner. DeLon Thompson falling away. Just now he was in contention. He's lost out to Grotis, has DeLon Thompson, and now has to worry about Joey Oels right behind him. Verstanis staying within the same 10th or 2 of Jamie Smith, exactly what he'd want to do at the moment. But we'll see how their tires hold towards the end. Sebastian Boyd leading a trail of mid-pack runners. Joey Oels having a look down the inside there. Made it stick ahead of DeLon Thompson. Fantastic move. You could see him setting it up very early. While DeLon Thompson was focusing on Grotis ahead of him, Joey Oels capitalized. Someone who's going to want to capitalize if another opportunity comes is Kieran Grotis, who's following Sebastian Boyd up the hill, going over the tunnel. Jamie Smith knows by now he can't relax because he can hear Nick Verstanis changing gears right behind him. Kieran Grotis trying to reel in Sebastian Boyd, but he's got to worry about Joey Oels, who has a 10th or 2 in advantage right behind him. Going out the double right, things seem quite stable for Jamie Smith at the moment. Doesn't have to worry about Nick Verstanis going into the double left. Still the case. Jamie Smith keeping a very tight line, much tighter than Nick Verstanis. But under braking, Verstanis seems to have gained a 10th or 2 on Jamie Smith. Smith definitely should be looking over his shoulder at this point. Someone who lost out significantly, Brandon Smith, is in 8th place and having to work his way up. But the heart of the battle is right where we are now, where Boyd is sitting comfortably in 3rd and can relax just a little bit as Grottis fights it out with Joey Oltz as well as Dylan Thompson. Nick Verstappen doing a very good job to stay there or thereabouts where Jamie Smith is concerned. You don't want to let him run away with it. And someone who isn't running away with it at all is Kian Grottis, because he's got Joey Oltz and Dylan Thompson in tow. Now I wonder if Oltz makes a move and commits, he's going to have to be very, very careful and clinical about it, because Dylan Thompson could capitalize if it is a botched move. We've seen a lot of people pay the price for being overly aggressive a bit too soon or not making it stick at the right point. So we keep our eyes peeled for that. In the meantime, Brandon Smith is watching that battle closely. Let's see if his pace allows him to get there. But in the meantime, the fastest man on track is Jamie Smith. I was about to say Sebastian Boyd, and that quickly changed. Jamie Smith setting a 41.5. Boyd is getting there though. Very, very close to that front two. Kieran Grottis finding a bit of room between him, Oltz and Thompson, but it quickly disappears. As soon as it came, it goes. Oltz has a look over his right shoulder, and that opens the door for Dylan Thompson to go in, and immediately Oltz lost about 2-3 cart lengths at that double right. Very, very quick decision made. It's as if Thompson took that as a signal to go in. Very difficult place to make an overtake to in a DD2, no less. Kian Grottis now has Thompson to worry about. We're completing lap 8 of 12 at the moment. But Grottis seems to have the legs for this battle. He's held his own quite impressively so far. Speaking of legs, Jamie Smith trying to show Nick Verstappen he's got more than he thinks. Nick Verstappen has fallen away significantly now, considering where he was a couple of laps ago. Kian Grottis almost leisurely looking over his shoulder because he knows how much room he has. Sebastian Boyd getting faster still, another 41.5. Jamie Smith having to clear a back marker, and he has to do it quickly. Otherwise, Verstappen is there to capitalize. And it does look like Jamie Smith lost out significantly there because he went sideways just before he went over the tunnel. Now Verstappen has to make light work of the back marker. Does he do it? Yes, he does. Sebastian Boyd quickly in tow there. Looked like Jamie Smith got a bit of curb going into turn 2, but didn't seem to pay the price for it. Sebastian Boyd is closing in on Verstappen at the moment at the double right. Might have found a better racing line somewhere. Boyd is definitely going to be a man to watch out for Verstappen. He's closing in quicker than we've seen all race. And Grottis making light work of the back marker there with Dylan Thompson and Joey Oltz having to do the same as quick as they can. And going into the tunnel, Jamie Smith having less and less to worry about it as he is now the fastest man on track. Oh, that battle between Verstappen and Boyd on the final lap. Jamie Smith getting ready to collect his checkered flag. But Boyd and Verstappen, there's nothing in it there. It's going to be a photo finish. No, it won't. Boyd left it till the end. And Verstappen takes our second place behind Jamie Smith. And in fourth place we have Kian Grottis. And in fifth, Dylan Thompson, Joey Oltz in sixth. Very close between those three. Brandon Smith a lot further adrift than we saw him in pre-final 1. He's in 7th place. Quite some racing to go. The final is going to be very interesting now, but Jamie Smith has definitely asserted his authority and dominance on this class. It's up to the rest of the field to bring the answers and questions that they have in store. The most exciting class by miles that we have at the African Open, the Rotax Max Challenge. It's the 2023 African Open, and we have the DD2 Masters lining up and ready. They're warming up the engines as we speak, and in a couple of moments they get underway. It's DD2 Masters, and they call them Masters for a reason. Saw an interesting battle there between Eugene Brits and Bjorn Roos in the first final. Let's see what the pre-final 2 has to offer. Llewellyn Sutherland and Christian Boucher will have something to say for their third place battle. There was a bit of a gap between them, but very impressive to see Christian Boucher up in the mix there, the Mozambican racing kart racer. The formation lap very quickly compact given the size of the field with the DD2 Masters. Very, very physically challenging to get a kart around the circuit as quick as these karters do. Quite the athletic feat to achieve. Now, of course, the Masters are competing for a spectator's ticket out at the Grand Finals in December, but competing nonetheless. Some very exciting racing in pre-final 1. Let's see what pre-final 2 has to offer us. As they've made clear the double left, everybody in line, it's lights off, and we go racing. And then down the inside goes Brits, defending profusely from Bjorn Roos. And it's a quick 1-2-3 formation there with Sutherland taking third place and making sure it's his. Very neatly done there, but it's very little space to work with. Someone went a bit awry there, but had to quickly gain their position back. But in the meantime, in the lead is still Eugene Brits, and looks like from what we saw in pre-final 1, Bjorn Roos is going to be studying to see exactly how Eugene Brits makes his way around this circuit, and he can capitalize on that. It's going to be a short 10-lapper, but it's going to be tight, very tight, and packed with action. And Llewellyn Sutherland, they're having a look over his shoulder to see the most immediate threat. At the moment, I think he's his own threat. And whatever lap times he can put down now, going to really pay dividends later on in the race. If you've got breathing room, you might as well take advantage of having it. There's no point cooking your tires in a battle, as you pay the price later on. And someone who may be paying that price at the moment is Philippe Chapat. A bit of a battle there that includes the likes of Vinstra Grant, we saw in a hotly contested fight for the best of the rest tag, but Bjorn Roos reeling in Eugene Brits as they go down into turn 1. You can see them strangling their carts to get them to obey, going down into the tightest part of the circuit. Under braking, Eugene Brits has the advantage, it seems, but they're evenly matched in terms of performance going up the hill. Equally impressive runs up, an impressive bottom end. Still nothing in between Roos and Brits. But under braking, it looks like Roos a lot later. than Eugene Brits ahead of him, but not in have-a-look distance just yet. And that is in kart lengths and in lap length. We're only completing lap 3 at the moment. Definitely going to leave it till a bit later. In the meantime, Llewellyn Sutherland leading another battle there. He, of course, is ahead of Christian Boucher. And he's found a kart length or two in the double right sector alone. Quite some advantage that he has in the tighter part of the circuit from Boucher. And Boucher seems to have a bit more top speed. His top speed is a lot more impressive than his tighter and short length parts of the circuit pace. Still nothing between Brits and Roos as they make their run up to Rotax corner and the double rides. And as you can see, that gap between Sutherland as well as Boucher manifests again as they come out of the tighter parts of the circuit. So it's going to be a race-long characteristic to observe. Roos is very much stronger down the straight, or at least under braking than Brits. You can see the advantage he gains. So he wants to make sure it's that type of distance he has between the two of them until the optimum part of the race where he can actually maximize on an opportunity if Eugene Brits gives him one. It's never easy to take, never. In the meantime, it looks like Sutherland can relax a little bit more. He's opened up the gap significantly to Boucher. Now I wonder how it is possible to be that consistent when you look at this front two, Eugene Brits and Bjorn Roos. They're literally mirror images of each other in terms of where they're placing their karts, where they're braking, where they're turning, and absolutely matched for pace. Exchanging turns and who's saying the fastest lap at the moment, that's Bjorn Roos with a 42.4, and he has a very good run up the hill. It's maybe a time where he wants to have a move, because by the time they get to the end of the straight, he'll be in contention to have a look on the inside. And see, he has to go wide. Eugene Brits knew it was coming, he could hear how much closer he was, and he had to defend immediately. Side by side, but nothing going into turn 2. Roos could not have tried the switcheroo there. Whoa! Roos very late braking down at pit corner, made it stick against Brits and secures that first place. Going on to double right now. And Roos made that advantage that he has under braking, paid dividends. Very well done from him. Now let's see how Brits does. Responding immediately, going down the inside at the double left, at the first left, and knocking Roos out. And Roos is stuck on the embankment at the end of that double left, just at the beginning of the home straight. And looks like Brits as much as a casualty, but he's still able to move. He's apologizing to Roos. He has his hand up. Oh my, what close racing between those two. Both of them back running. But in the meantime, it means the lead has changed. Because as we're completing lap 8 of the DD2 Masters class in pre-final 2, Llewellyn Sutherland's patience is paying off. And so is that of Christian Boucher of Mozambique in second place. Felipe Chapat also cannot believe his luck. Grant Vienstra in fourth place. Eugene Brits now demoted to fifth. Mark Villinger is in sixth place, Marming in seventh. Bjorn Roos unfortunately in eighth after that incident and coming together with Eugene Brits. I'd be willing to bet that Llewellyn Sutherland is chuckling under that helmet and cannot believe how much luck he's just been afforded. To say you've won at arguably the most competitive DD2 race on this side of the hemisphere speaks volumes. And the checker flag goes to Llewellyn Sutherland. Christian Boucher very close in tow. And Felipe Shepard takes third place. Grant Veenstra in fourth. Mark Villenzer a bit further behind in fifth place. Just about to complete their lap. Bit of a switcheroo there between him and Ma Ming. Let's see if it sticks. It did. Villenzer took his fifth place, but Bjorn Roos is the one who passed and went ahead of Ma Ming to take sixth place, and Ming getting himself a seventh place. And Eugene Brits, of course, losing out unfortunately because of that incident, and he's in eighth. Wow, nothing short of exciting. It is a DD2 Masters, and Masters for a reason. We saw it, very impressive racing and close racing between Roos and Brits, but ultimately it got too close, and Brits couldn't make it stick at that final double left corner, and both he and Roos paid the price. So we get to do this all over again one last time. It's everything to play for now. It's all the finals. It's the finals of the finals. It's the grand finale, and it's the Bambino class that's going to be heading up, of course. They're going to give us an 8-lap special, and they, of course, are competing for a special prize allocated for them, as they will not be competing at the grand finals in Bahrain. However, they will be acknowledged for their racing prowess as being the best in Africa. Stay tuned. We get started in a couple of minutes. Get it going. And the Bambinos almost immediately into the action. Formation lap was forming until it started deforming at the trail there. So some of the karters need to get their paces back, but it looks like they're fine now. And we get it back underway in the most exciting class, judging by the crowds out at the side of the race. Pace kart in place, it's lights off. And we go racing. Turn one, gonna see a bit of a squeeze there. Oops, someone has a look down the inside. It was very close, very close to something materializing for O'Mahony there. He had a look at turn one. We're going on into the tunnel. They all look to be lining up cleanly. Bit of a tap there with some of the karters at the further end of the field. But the front still looks to be intact. Oh, a spin out. Someone just spun out. Oh no, Adrian Steyn lost it under braking at pit corner. Ooh, he's not going to be very happy with himself there. He's given himself a job and a half for the final now. And that grand prize must be on his mind. So we have a look at the action replay. Yeah, one of his tires just went out and got off the rubber there, and he paid the price ultimately because it was the rear tire. That's where all the traction was at that part of the circuit. And now, fortunately, very fortunately, O'Mahony has inherited the lead. Now, how is he going to defend from the toy right behind him? And when I say right behind him, I mean literally right behind him. And Aston Verheil, Luashuma Tebula right behind there. And Luan de Vet not too far behind, Ronald Fender. All those names have the pace to actually win this race and ultimately grab that grand prize. So it remains to be seen for the next 7 or so laps how that happens. In the meantime, O'Mahony has found some pace and created a kart length or two between him and Detroit. Detroit may have to worry a bit. just a tad bit about cart number 40. That is Aston Ferreil, who's leading a train there of 3 carts. Aston Ferreil, the fastest man on circuit at the moment. O'Mahony has 4 carts to worry about, let alone 1. Ferreil trying to make a move on Dutoit. Dutoit coming together with De Wet. That's Ferreil on the inside of De Wet. I beg your pardon. Ferreil on the inside and securing that 3rd place. De Wet losing out more than he would have wanted to, and is now side by side with Matebula. He went sliding there at turn 1 and lost his traction. O'Mahony as ever in the lead, opening up that space once more. Fastest man on the circuit. Would you be surprised? Adrian Steyn out in 17th, 59.5. He has to perform incredible lap pace. He has to be in qualifying pace in order to make up the amount of paces needed for him to win this race. And O'Mahony has to worry quite a bit about Detroit. He's literally right behind him. Aston Ferreil is definitely a challenger now for this top 3 battle. He's come almost out of nowhere because he was low in pre-final 1 and 2. th place is Adrian Steyn, as ever still fastest man on the circuit. Still nothing yet to worry about for O'Mahony. Aston there getting a really good run at the double right. Let's see if he's able to make something stick either at the double left or at turn 1. He doesn't commit, not as yet, but he's having a look. But Dutoit is defending profusely. Aston going down on the inside. He has the line. Not going to break that late. He's decided better of it. And Luan De Wet is now going to make him pay for that because De Wet has a fantastic run out of turn 1. Immediately down the inside of Aston Ferreil. And down the inside of turn 2 he goes. Nicely done. Now De Wet will be focused on Dutoit and Mahoney and trying to reel them in as quickly as possible as they approach pit corner and go up the hill to Rotax now. O'Mahony clears the double right with ease. But Dutoit in tow has the pace to match him. Hardly anything in between them. Michael O'Mahony's previous lap was a 1 minute 9:39. Dutoit a 1 minute 9. Sorry, O'Mahony a 1 minute 9:36 and Dutoit a 1 minute 9:39. And that quickly changes as both of them find a 10th somehow. With Ferreil going down the inside of Luan De Wet. He's looking over the wrong shoulder. De Wet is forced to go onto the grass because he had no space there. Ferreil gave him no space. And that's only because he was looking over his shoulder and not attentive of what's going on his right there. Oy, that looked very uncomfortable for De Wet. Hopefully he doesn't pay the price race long. Speaking of race long, we're at lap 5. We're completing lap 5 as we speak. We're about to begin lap 6. O'Mahony is being reeled in by Dutoit. Luan De Wet was able to recover from that little excursion onto the grass there. Dutoit definitely could be lining something up down the inside. Is it going to happen now? Not as yet. Keeping it tidy under braking. Ferreil defending from Luan De Wet behind him. Matebula might be able to pick up the spoils there, but it could be quite something if that happens. Eduardo Campos in the distance there from that battle. Now, for the time being, Matebula can't worry about much. He's focused on the prize that potentially could materialize in front of him. A battle between Verheul and De Wet. De Wet definitely seems to have the pace. Very good run around the double right. Bit more bottom end up the hill and going over the tunnel. And it's that time of the race when the marshal prepares the checkered flag. Side by side go O'Mahony and Du Toit. Du Toit makes a stick down the inside. Nicely done. Lined him up very early. Brilliantly done. It's a textbook move down turn 1. At pit corner, it's going to look a bit different though. It's another battle altogether. O'Mahony has to try and get his own back now. If he has a decent run up the hill, it could materialize. And it seems like he did have a good run, but it's so close between the Bambinos. Cut length means nothing and something at the same time. Very, very good run from O'Mahony going over the tunnel. The marshal's ready at the start finish. He's ready to crown somebody a winner. And that person is Du Toit. Very, very well raced by Luke Du Toit. Fantastic battling between him and Michael O'Mahony. What a well-won race by Du Toit. He is beside himself with excitement. Fantastic racing from the young man. He didn't lead most of the race. He had to be very patient throughout. And he's absolutely earned that grand prize for the Bambinos. That is King of the Hill, where Bambinos in Africa are concerned. Fantastic. And well done to you, Luke Du Toit. You've absolutely earned it. And that is fun in typical Rotax Max Challenge fashion. You'd swear it was the opposite. You'd swear this is the pinnacle of racing. It's just the beginning. That was the preschool class, the Bambinos. And now we're going on to the Senior Maxes. The opposite end, close to the opposite end. These are the teenagers. And we have a 12-lapper ahead of us for this final. It's going to be very hotly contested. Be close, starting soon. Finale for the Senior Max class. Ulerato Siku, who leads the pack, get ready for that formation lap. Sorry, that is Casey Enzo Smith, who looks the spitting image of Ulerato, his stablemate further down the field. But we have Casey Enzo Smith, Mohammed Wali out in the front, Troy Sneyman right behind them. That battle was fantastic. In pre-final 2, the grand finale will be everything grand and more. And I trust these young karters to give us exactly that, as the entire top 5 was in it for a very, very impressive position. But the most impressive when it comes to the grand final is first position. That's what we're all looking for. That's what we need. It's that competitive ticket for the grand finals, the world finals, with the Bahrain, of course, coming in December. It's the best karters in the world descending on the shores of the United Arab Emirates. And right now we're going to be descending on turn 1 with lights on. Casey Enzo Smith down the inside, and it's lights off. We're racing. Around the outside goes Wally, secures first place immediately from Enzo Smith. Gonna have to fight for it, he says. Eric Haystack close in third there. Everyone makes a clean out of the tunnel, going down to pit corner now. Wally already finding a cart length or two ahead of Enzo Smith. But Haystack is in tow. Troy Sneeman almost has a waiting body language, watching what's going on around him. In front of him at the very least. Rushan Goodman right behind them. Muhammad Wali very narrow, going into the double left rather. Casey Enzo Smith acknowledges this by trying to make that space even more narrow. Turn 1 just got minimized into a couple of millimeters of tarmac by 3 karters. Ready for that grand prize, and Haystack coming off better than Casey Enzo Smith because he's in second now. Enzo Smith has to get this place back as they finish up pit corner now, going up the hill to Rotax. Enzo Smith now has Sneeman to worry about, a lot more than the previous lap. And Enzo Smith definitely has a better run than Haystack going up the hill over the tunnel. You can see it. And he confirms it by going down the inside at the double left. Haystack thinks better of a move down the inside of Enzo Smith, perhaps trying to establish some sort of rhythm and momentum. It is a 20-lap race. Remember that, 20 laps. There's a lot of racing about to happen. Enzo Smith, very good run under braking at pit corner, but not so much at the latter end of the hill there at Rotax. But it all concertinas again with Wally going very narrow, looking over his shoulder, trying to squeeze the karters behind him, and Enzo Smith has to find a way around on the outside. Wally on the inside now. Troy Sneeman squeeze right. Sorry, that is Haystack squeeze right behind him, and Sneeman losing out twice over with 2 karters. One of them being Sikudu going around Sneeman, as well as Rushan Goodman. Sneeman lost twice there, but Sikudu came off better because Goodman and Sneeman came together. Wally still at the head of the pack, with Haystack right behind him. Enzo Smith keeping it calm and cool as much as he can, at least, because the concertina is going to come. You can feel it coming. It's going to be a long race. It's going to be a squeeze. Narrow goes Wally. Haystack forced wide, and he gets the whole shot into turn 1, but Wally takes it back very quickly. Enzo Smith in third, 2 abreast. That was Sneeman and Sikudu there. Enzo Smith getting behind that battle between Wally and Haystack. Fantastic bit of racing we're seeing here. Mikhail Bezednod has a bit to worry about at the moment. It looks like Kian Spies is right behind him. Made a very good overtaking move ahead of the likes of Goodman there at pit corner. Wally's lost out as it stands. He's lost that lead to Haystack. Wally and Haystack very narrow, trying to defend from Troy Sneeman into turn 1. This is the Senior Maxes, by the way. It's not the Micros or the Minis, but you'd be forgiven for mistaking them. It looks exactly the same, as compact and as tight as you want. It's going to take a lot of skill to make it across. Bezednod having to defend from Kian Spies and Goodman at the same time there. Coming off better for that 6th place position. Very narrow goes Haystack to defend from Wally. Narrower still going down into turn 1. I'm sure he could feel Wally right behind him. Bit of a nudge there. Casey Enzo Smith forced to nudge Haystack and Wally. Loses out. Oh, Sneeman lost out and made contact with a couple of karters. Who came out the better as Haystack went wide and made contact with Sneeman. But it looks like Haystack came off the better. And so did Enzo Smith. Wally in third now. And Sneeman's going to have to work his way back up. Still a long race, but does he have the pace to cover all those positions in 13 or so laps? We're starting lap 7 now. Haystack is in the lead and having to defend from Casey Enzer Smith and a Wally in hot pursuit. Fastest man on track, Nealon Marks. Didn't expect to hear that. Because the hottest battle is at the front where the most squeezing is happening. Oh, that is Rushan Goodman who just went off at the pit corner. In the meantime, Mohammed Wali making his nose cone felt there. It was a very tight space. Enzer Smith also was squeezing in on Haystack, so it looked like some of them made a bit of contact. Enzer Smith has lost out. Looks like a mechanical failure there. Or he just made a bit of a mistake, okay? Lost out quite dramatically. He's losing places. Hand over fist there, but in the meantime, yeah, Enzer Smith went wide at the double left and went onto the rumble strips. They're still falling away. The running order as it is Haystack, Wally. From that battle we've enjoyed so far. And would you believe it, guess who is in third place? Mikhail Bezuidenhout. He was in sixth a couple of laps ago. Could change quite quickly as Sneeman is now in fourth, right behind Bezuidenhout, leading a train. How quickly can you recover, Troy Sneeman? Let's have a look. Casey Enzer Smith is bringing, or rather Troy Sneeman is bringing Casey Enzer Smith in tow, trying to get back into that battle in the front. For the time being, Haystack can breathe for a while. Sneeman definitely has a better run up the hill than Bezuidenhout. The double right confirms it even more as his nose cone approaches his rear bumper there. Now it's Haystack and Wally out on the front. They can breathe a little after all that battling. Bezuidenhout losing out to Casey Enzer Smith down inside of turn 1. And Enzer Smith will focus his sights on Troy Sneeman going down into the tunnel. Wally getting a better run under braking to pit corner and up the hill, reeling in Eric Haystack. Casey Enzer Smith seems to have more pace around the tight stuff than Troy Sneeman at the moment. He's narrowing that gap more and more between the two of them. The braking's getting later and later for Wally there to try and close the gap between him and Haystack. And same applies to Enzer Smith and Sneeman as they will now approach pit corner after that front two. Down the inside goes Enzer Smith. Sneeman fair with the space. Let's see if he uses Enzer Smith's pace to get closer to that front two. A toe is always a good thing. Head tucked for Wally is trying to maximize on that aerodynamic advantage that you have the more you lower your head. Same applies to Enzer Smith. He's opening the gap to Sneeman at the moment and seems to have quite an advantage over him. If Sneeman wanted to use that toe, he would have to match his pace. It doesn't seem like there is that sort of match at the moment. Even more kart lengths now under braking for Casey Enzer Smith at pit corner, up to Rotax corner and at the double right. Bezuidenhout leads a school of about 4 or 5 karts behind him. That's 3 karts rather that are closest, and another 2 further adrift. He'll have some worrying to do under braking. It seems for the moment Bezuidenhout has to defend more than he can attack Jan Spies ahead of him in 5th place. But in the meantime, Matthew Wadley is going to be troubling him for a bit longer. We're completing our 13th lap at the moment. With Eric Haystack now probably can hear Mohammed Wali right behind him. you can rest assured Wally is lining up an overtaking move at some point of the circuit as turn 1 sees him narrowing that gap even more between him and Haystack. It's a lot smaller now. And under braking at pit corner, it's narrower still. With the back marker approaching, how is this going to play out? Haystack has to make it a clean overtaking move. It's probably going to materialize at the home straight and trouble the front 2 not as much as you might think. It's at the double left even sooner than I thought. Enzo Smith, 3rd place secured, but he's got to clear this back marker if he wants to get closer to that front 2. Enzo Smith also the fastest man on circuit, 42.1. It's 2/10 clear of the front runners. That's Wally now in the lead, ahead of Haystack. And he's got a significant gap that he has to maintain. If he has the pace to do so, he absolutely can. Tightly under braking, you can see them squiggling and squirming going down into the tunnel. Very good run from Wally out of the tunnel now. And Eric Haystack trying to make up all of that time that he lost in losing the position to get back up to Wally. And you'd swear you were at the final lap. We've got about 12 to 13 laps to go. We're at the 16 lap mark now. We're starting the 17. Wally and Haystack, the gap between them is narrowing more and more. Haystack trying his best. He knows the end is in sight. As we close up lap 17, it's a 20 lapper, remember, no longer a 12 lapper. And Casey Enzo Smith will be there to try to be as fast as he can. He's done so consistently lap after lap over the past few minutes. Again, Casey Enzo Smith, the fastest lap of the 42.1, 2/10 quicker than the front 2, Haystack and Wally in front of him. Remember, it's the grand prize. This is the final. Wally under braking has to worry about back markers and Haystack at the same time. Ooh, Wally's nose cone rubbing up against the back marker there. Has to make it stick at the double right. Doesn't have a choice, and Haystack takes advantage because he's right on Wally's back at the moment. And what's Wally going to do? And that little melee over there with the back markers also put Casey Enzo Smith in the mix because he's in the same 1/10 of a second as the front 2. With Wally securing the inside and taking the lead, keeping the lead from Haystack. But now Casey Enzo Smith is in the mix right behind Haystack in 3rd. Under braking, it remains the same at the front. But a better run from Casey Enzo Smith up the hill. Haystack makes it stick down inside of Wally. He was not expecting that, especially not before the right-hander, the double right. You hardly see moves there, but Haystack has the lead at the moment, and Wally side by side at the double left. Haystack takes the chicken flag with Casey Enzo Smith in 2nd and Muhammad Wally in 3rd. Wow! Could you have called it? My goodness, what racing. Fantastic bit of racing from Haystack. He did not have it cut easy for him at all from the beginning, and he had to leave it to the end. It was a 20 lap race. Very, very well contested. I have to catch my breath a bit. There was quite a bit of battling to do from the beginning all the way to the end. A lot of tight spaces, but Haystack navigated it very well and kept a cool head and had to be quite calculated. Someone who had to fight his way all the way from the back to get back into contention was Casey Enzo Smith. It looked like he had a bit of trouble It seemed like mechanical failure, but it was just him going off onto the wrong line and having to fight back. But ultimately, the king of the hill, where Senior Max is concerned in African Rotax Max Challenge Racing, that is Eric Haystack. Well done to you, young man. A well-earned win for you. What a fantastic bit of racing. And the Micromaxes are back with Christian Ferreira in the lead. He's the pole man. He's going to be defending from the likes of Da Silva. It's going to be a very well contested top three at the very least, with Ronaldo Kuhn as well. Definitely a feature for that battle. Shuttleworth right behind him. That bright orange helmet you cannot miss. Nothing in between these young karters. They know what's at stake, and it is that spectator's prize at the grand finals in Bahrain. Now, Brody Dowling was a quite common feature in this top 5, top 6 battle, so definitely do not count him out. Neither should you count out Uvan Moritz. As we see the karters, we've had a bit of an incident during the formation there. I see a young karter flipped over. His kart flipped over, he's moving, and the marshal's attending to him. But the formation lap continues. Formation lap continues, where I see the marshal with the red flag in hand at the start finish and at the double left to recover. So we have a bit of time to recover that young karter there. Okay, the race is being stopped with the red flag, so the karters do acknowledge that by raising their right hands, and we're going to have a formation all over again, as the young karters being attended to there seems to be okay so far. Karters are being brought back down to crawling pace. And this is going to allow the complete recovery of not only the kart, but the young karter himself, who is still being attended to by the marshals as the train of karters are passing by him there. I see some of the young karters trying to find out if he's okay and signaling with thumbs up. Sportsmanship is still a key ingredient to all of this. Of course, the marshals are at the ready at the start finish, so the reordering and reestablishment of the grid can commence. Okay, all the karters have been brought to a complete halt. I'm yet to find out who that young karter is, but his neck brace is being removed. Seems to be okay and moving just fine, but obviously in relative discomfort considering that his kart was flipped over. The emergency vehicle on the way to attend to him and get him off the circuit in as safe a manner as possible. We've had our fair share of quite a bit during the course of the day's racing. There's the hottest contested battle when it comes to Rotax Max Challenge racing in Africa. So you could expect nothing less. The standard and the pedigree of racing that we've enjoyed here so far, definitely world class in all of the classes, from Bambino all the way to DD2 Masters. Of course, the incentive, the true, I suppose, quote unquote true incentive is with the 4 classes that have contention for a competitive ticket, meaning they're winning today's proceedings, and their class means they compete overall when they go to Bahrain and actually get to race. And of course, that is the Micromax, the DD2 Masters, that would get the spectators ticket, but your Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max, and DD2, all of those will be competing. So you can understand just how close the racing can get. Let's call it close. We've already seen Senior Max and how close that was. Junior Max, perhaps we'll see. We'll see if that materializes. Junior Max is coming up after this. The Minimaxes, of course, are trying to keep it just like the shop end. Just do it like the big boys do it when they come about as well. They're just after the Junior Maxes. But yeah, it's definitely going to be something to look forward to. The Senior Maxes, however, definitely lived up to the senior in their name. Really close racing and having to have some smart maneuvers to make your way around what quickly becomes a small circuit when things are this competitive. Of course, Eric Haystack doing a fantastic job to circumnavigate how difficult that race was. It was a 20-lapper, and it quickly became a challenge because the defensive maneuvers, of course, of not only Muhammad Wali, but having to then navigate Casey Enzo Smith, who also had definitely enough pace to challenge for the win there. But ultimately, I think the straw that broke the camel's back must have been the back markers, because the amount of pace that Muhammad Wali had and Eric Haystack had opened up a significant gap in the race around lap 17, 18, but them coming together with the back markers ultimately closed them back into the same bit of tarmac, and that's where Haystack took his opportunity. And in the meantime, it looks like we have all the micros. Of course, the micros are competing for that spectators ticket. The micros are ready again to go racing. The marshal just giving them their last few signals for patience. Plenty of patience will be needed in circumstances like this. But it looks like we're back underway with our formation lap. We're going to make their way slowly back out, and of course a shortcut has been made for them to shorten the formation lap as much as possible. Version of the formation lap, but we're getting things back underway. So the question is, how quickly can you heat up your tires for that squeeze into turn 1? Smallest surface area on the planet, it's turn 1 at Zwartkops Raceway at the beginning of any race. Formation lap seems to be clean, no stragglers, everybody well within the correct distance to start this race. It's lights on for the Micromax final race. The African Open lights off, and where we go. Turn 1 well defended there. Kun trying to challenge to get in the mix, but it looks like Verheul had it well covered. Shuttleworth looking over his shoulder there to see if the Silver's there to trouble him a bit, but nothing going. And still, with a very good run up the hill and going down to Rotax corner, Verheul looking steady, no threat for him as yet. Kun has a bit to worry about at the moment, because Brody Dowling has made a very good run under braking and going up over the hill now. Down the inside goes Dowling. Can Koen answer to that? No, he can't. Dowling has him secured by the end of that double left and going down to the home straight. Will Koen break late as he can? Not as yet. In the meantime, Shuttleworth squirming. See the kart squirming there, him trying to keep it straight as possible, making steering corrections at turn 1. Same may apply to turn 2. Profusely steering to get that kart straight as possible. And what was a good run up the hill and going down into the double right in the previous lap is not so much for Verheul, because it seems like Brody Dowling has made a very, very good, very impressive discovery of pace, being now 1.5 kart lengths from Verheul in front of him. Christian's going to have to do a very good job, and immediately he's putting the hammer down. I just saw his lap time now, 48.9. First man to break into the 48 since the recommencement of the race. Ronaldo Koen, we're trying to keep as close as possible to that front two. It's going to be a 15 lapper. Longer than normal, of course, longer than the normal 12. It looks like Koen is losing out a bit there to Dowling and Verheul out at the front. So Shuttleworth maybe quickly in the mix there for that final podium position. But the head of the spear is what everyone wants, and Verheul has that at the moment. And he continues to be the fastest man on the circuit with a 48.3. And next in line with him is Brody Dowling with a 48.5, 2/10 off his pace. They come out well under the tunnel. Dowling seems to have made up some time out of the tunnel and under braking. You can see the distance that he's covered and recovered. And Ronaldo Koen also seems to like the kind of traction he found there at the double right. Seems to gain a bit, but going back into the double left, it opens up again. So very nuanced depending on how they've set up their carts and when they're going to stop performing and opening up. But it seems like Shuttleworth is a bit too far adrift at the moment to be a worry for Koen. So at least for the time being can breathe and try and focus on catching that front two. Nice battle there between Callum du Toit and Ruvan Maritz. Benjamin Kibaut also could be in the mix at any point. He'll be waiting there to pick up from the spoils. In the meantime, Michael O'Mahony in quite a bit of a sandwich between Kian Reddy as well as Nandi Kayamo. At the end of the day, it still is African Open honors, regardless of whether you're winning the race or getting ahead of your nearest competitor. So it still is close racing. That is Kian Reddy. Just got a shot of him there going down to the tunnel, profusely fighting his car to get it steady. Not an easy feat. Over the tunnel, that front four goes. It's spreading out again. Verheul is really putting those lap after lap. He keeps becoming the quickest man, improving on himself with a 48.2 this time. Getting into qualifying pace for this race. Now, I beg your pardon, there's a name I'm more familiar with being at the front, but Rafael da Silva at the moment straggling in 7th. Mentioned him thinking I saw his helmet out a bit further out, but he's fighting his way back. He's gained a place so far in this race, and he's going to want to reel in Callum du Toit in 7th. And it's a very close battle he's involved with there. It won't be easy for him. But not only is it du Toit ahead of him, you've also got Ruvan Maritz, who's not too far behind. With the benefit of fighting in a huge group, huge being relative, of course. It's 4 karts. But fighting in that little group means you may gain more than you actually asked for. Overtake 1 in a passing 5. Let's see how it materializes there for De Silva. But in the meantime, looks like Du Toit is going to keep looking over his shoulder to keep him at bay. Shuttleworth closing in very quickly on Koen. Very good run up the hill for Shuttleworth. Not yet there for the inside move at the double right. They're going over the tunnel now. Still very good run up the hill. Down the inside goes Shuttleworth. Fantastically made. And that's a distant but well-earned 3rd place for him. Now, does he have the pace to make the stick? We're completing lap 8 of 15 at the moment. Still has a bit of time to try and close in on that position. But a man with one hand on that ticket, that spectator's ticket, is Christian Verheul. Spin now by one of the back markers. Doesn't obstruct the race. Luckily Verheul made it just before well positioned his kart before he could be in line to collide with one of those back markers. Now complete, or beginning lap 9 rather, as that battle between Shuttleworth and Koen gets closer. Although Koen lost that place to Shuttleworth, he hasn't given up the race. Clearly has the pace to match Shuttleworth, so he could be asking some questions of him quite quickly. De Silva and Ruvan Maritz still in their own little battle there. Maritz hasn't given it up, definitely has the pace to ask a couple of questions of the defensive maneuvers by De Silva, trying to widen his kart as much as he can. Another person trying to widen his kart is Shuttleworth at the moment, because Koen is asking questions. Down the inside, at turn 1, Koen had his nose there, but nothing for the latest of braking to make a move stick there. Neither is it the case at turn 2 into the tunnel. They're going to be closer going down into pit corner now. The Shuttleworth goes narrow, shutting the door. Almost side by side there. It was nose cone to rear wheels, with Koen following Shuttleworth very closely. Right now the fight for the ticket is a lot cooler than the fight for 3rd place. Koen down the inside of Shuttle. How late can you brake? As late as Koen. Side by side with Koen and Shuttleworth going down into turn 1. Koen has the inside. Makes it stick. Fantastic move. Fantastic bit of racing from Koen and Shuttleworth there. Koen still has the advantage, but Shuttleworth has a better run under braking up the hill. Ooh, on the inside goes Shuttleworth and makes contact with Koen at Rotax corner. Koen coming off worse there. Now De Silva's going to pick up the spoils. Koen now has De Silva to worry about. And we now begin to complete lap 12 of a 15-lap race. Now Koen is going to have to defend more than just De Silva behind him, because he's got Ruvan Maritz in tow. Most of the difference is being made braking, under braking at pit corner and going up that hill, and that's where De Silva seems to be finding that advantage. Looks like De Silva may be lining something up for the double left. And we're reaching that point at the race where the marshal gets that checkered flag a little bit closer. We are completing lap 13 at the moment. Koen defending the inside from De Silva. Moritz having a look down with De Silva. Oof, that was close. That was very close. But Kuhn now looks like he's going to lose out to De Silva going down the inside of turn 2. But in the meantime, Christian Verheul, comfortable, leisurely as you like, out in the front, with only, I suppose, the heat in Pretoria to worry about, because Brody Dowling is too far back to challenge him. And Christian Verheul crosses that start finish for that 14th lap beginning. He approaches turn 2 now. I wonder what's on his mind. Comfort of the plane to Bahrain, perhaps. Shuttleworth having a look over his shoulder and how much space there is between him and De Silva. And De Silva can probably hear Kuhn right behind him with Moritz in tow. But Verheul, on his final lap for the African Open in 2023, he's made a solid campaign, unquestionable in the final. Equally as impressive in pre-final 1 and 2, but he is crowned King of the Hill for the Micromax at the African Open in 2023. Well done to you, Christian Verheul. You've earned yourself that ticket to spectate at the grand finals of the Rotax Max Challenge of the World. Fantastic bit of racing for you, sir. And in second place, Brody Dowling had a relatively quiet race, very impressive early on and fought a way getting into that second podium position, but unfortunately didn't materialize. Christian Verheul had too much pace, unmatched when it came to that top 3, top 4 fight. Fantastic bit of racing. A lot closer, of course, was the racing between De Silva and Shuttleworth. A well-fought, hotly contested. You'd swear third place was fought for a lot more than first in this one. But a ticket is a ticket, and well earned was that ticket by Christian Verheul. Well done to you. And next in line, we have the Junior Maxes ready to fight for their right world. But first you have to be at the top of Africa. Let's see how it goes. 2 minutes. Underway with the Junior Maxes. Of course, remember, this is one of the 4 classes competing for competitive rights when they fly over to Bahrain for the World Finals in December. So the man who wins this gets to compete amongst the world's best, because he is Africa's best. And at the moment, leader of that train so far for pretty much the whole day has been Ken Swartz. Very impressive quali and race pace. But many questions have been asked of him by the likes of Björn Boshoff. Georgia Lanitz was there or thereabouts for some of those heats. Unfortunately for her, didn't quite come together in pre-final 2. She couldn't complete that race. But still a lot of fighting to go for this 20-lapper. It's going to be a very long race, and everyone's going to have to keep a cool head as we approach the start finish for the Junior Max final at the African Open in 2023. It's lights out, and immediately Björn Boshoff diving down the inside, trying to block and secure his position. But it's 3 abreast now, and Ken Swartz is lost out, it seems, to Jono Wilson. Jono Wilson securing himself the lead there, going down into the tunnel. Yes, that definitely was Wilson who gained the advantage there on Swart. And now Swartz has to worry about gaining his places back. And that's if Boshoff cannot threaten him as soon as possible, as soon as he can, to make sure he's not too comfortable. Because once Swartz gets into his stride, you cannot catch him. And as we complete the first official lap, it's a 43.5. that John Wilson puts down. Ken Zwartkops in second place. Vian Boshoff in third, and Gianna Pasquale in fourth. Mauro Dalutz in fifth. Georgia Lanitz in sixth. Amani Kinyo in seventh. Cole Hewitson in eighth. Jesse Swart in ninth. And Jordan Wadley in 10th place. And already Ken Zwartkops showing how much prowess he has going up the hill. And by the time they complete the double right, it's a cart length and a half between him and John Wilson. And that gap gets narrower still between Zwartkops and Wilson. Zwartkops definitely will be having a look down the inside very soon. If Wilson can defend as much as he can, he might buy himself a bit of time for Boshoff to catch up. But Boshoff's lap times have to be more impressive than a 42.5 set by Ken Zwartkops. You always benefit from the battling that's going on behind you. And you lose out if you're in that battling. And at the moment, it looks like Ken Zwartkops is lining up to start some battling with John Wilson. Let's see what materializes. Turn 2 is quite challenging to get around and keep your stability and keep your cart on all fours as much as possible. Seems to be the place making a lot of the difference in terms of pace for a lot of these karters. Gianna Pasquale has a bit to worry about at the moment. Dalutz is right behind him, right behind her rather, and he's making sure to gain from that toe. John Wilson, fastest man on circuit at the moment. And it definitely looks like Ken Zwartkops is managing pace behind him. Quite happy to be sat there for the time being. John Wilson's going to have to keep sharp. Gianna Pasquale seems to have recovered some pace going into pit corner and up around Rotax in the double right, but going up over the hill, Dalutz recovers most of that advantage. And Dalutz gets closer still. King a move stick quite soon as they make their way under the tunnel. And it's exactly Pasquale proves to have her advantage. Ken Zwartkops pulling back a bit from John Wilson. Perhaps trying to cool his tires, break the latest you possibly can if you're in second place. Carter's maximizing the track out on turn 1. It's the perfect place to maximize and gain an advantage. It seemed for a couple of laps that Gianna trying not to overcook his tires too soon, as an opportunity just may materialize at any point between now and the end of the race, which is a very long time. We're completing the 9th lap as it stands. Looks like Ken Zwartkops is happy to push a little bit more again. He's a lot closer to John Wilson than before. Looks like he wants to force a mistake out of John Wilson, so Wilson's going to have to concentrate more than ever. Remember, it's a competitive ticket they're fighting for. They're fighting to fight against the world's best. So far, looks like John Wilson making light work of the questions that Ken Zwartkops is asking of him. It's still very early on. We've just completed the first half of the race. We're starting the 11th lap. Ken Zwartkops a bit narrower there coming out of turn 1 than John Wilson. Bit of defending needed there. Going to turn 2 for the mid-pack. Looks like Amani Quinoa, who lost a couple of places going down. But this is the picture of discipline. Hardly anything has changed in between a lot of these karters apart from the race pace. The distance and the gaps in between each other remains quite close and quite similar for the past 10, 11 laps, which tells you they're all thinking of the end. They have the end in mind, but none more so than that front two, John Wilson and Ken Swartz. Vian Boshoff seems to be edging a bit closer now. Just for that brief period coming out of the tunnel, seems to have a bit more of an advantage. But the run up the hill is where things get clear. A lot of bottom end coming out of the corners for that front two. And more so top end down the straights. Gianna Pasquale has put Dalutz well in the distance now. I think he may have cooked his tires in the process of trying to ascend her. That is taking that 4th place. And Georgia Lanitz, of course, has had a much quieter race than pre-final 1 and 2, but she's now within reaching distance. Rather, she has Dalutz in reaching distance at the moment. She's in 6th place. Could possibly take that 5th if she manages a pace well. And she is bringing Amani Quinoa in tow there. So a new 3-way battle could form, depending on how Dalutz's race pace and tires live out the rest of the race. 5.5 laps remaining. It will be interesting to see the data comparison between John Wilson and Ken Swartz. Looks like they're making the exact same braking points and markers, the exact same throttle application. Like for like at every turn, with the end in mind. John Wilson having a look at the right-hand side of his kart. I wonder if that's to adjust his flap for the radiator, but that will have long been done given how hot it is. And you can absolutely tell Ken Swartz is happy to stay where he is. The kind of advantage he has coming out of the pits, coming out of the tunnel, going into pit corner rather, betrays that. He's definitely calculating something there. And if you've just joined us, we're watching a chess match between the finest junior max races in Africa. The finest of which so far has been Ken Swartz, and he just took the lead from John Wilson. Long-awaited moment. What is going on with Wilson? He just lost two positions in 2 corners. Wilson just pitted. Wilson just pulled out of the race, leaving Ken Swartz and Björn Boshoff in 1st and 2nd. Something's wrong with John Wilson's kart. Oh, that is heartbreaking. That must be so heartbreaking from the young man. He's fought so well. But in the meantime, Ken Swartz has to continue, has to lead and finish what he started. With Björn Boshoff now closer than he was before. The pulling away of John Wilson slowed Ken Swartz down just a tad bit, not too much. And what a shame, because just before John Wilson left, he had the fastest lap on circuit, a 42.1, and no one was able to match that. But not too far off him was Ken Swartz. There's 2.5 laps to go. Ken Swartz is well in the lead. A familiar picture all day with pre-final 1 and 2. That battle between Lanitz, Dalutz, as well as Quinoa, not brewing as quickly. But Lanitz under braking gets a bit of an advantage on Dalutz there, and he has to look over his shoulder because going down into turn 2 should threaten him even more. Seems to have taken a better racing line than Lanitz there going out of turn 2. And she has to gain all of that back under braking at pit corner. But Zwartz looking dominant as ever, clearing double right with ease. It's that hotly contested battle for the best of the rest at the moment. And Ken Zwartz commencing the final lap. Dominant body language, well in control. Nothing can be questioned of the performance he's put on today. Georgia Lanitz around the outside of Dalutz. He shows her the outside, and she couldn't do anything about it. Very difficult to go around the outside of turn 2. Takes a lot of skill to do that. And it's taken a lot of skill for Ken Zwartz to achieve what he's done today. Fantastic weekend overall, and a fantastic pre-final 1 and 2, dominating those races and dominating the chess played here as he declares himself the king of the hill in Zwartkops and the king of Africa. Ken Zwartz takes that ticket to Bahrain for the grand finals in December. Fantastic bit of racing from this young man, and an overall professional setup and presentation. Fantastic work from his team. It's been really impressive to see. Unfortunate, really heartbreaking for John Wilson, who could have had a fighting chance towards the end, but something went wrong with his kart in the last 3 to 4 laps of the race. That is heart-wrenching. But overall, honors and respect go out to Ken Zwartz. Leon Boshoff had a quiet race, relatively quiet, in 2nd place. Gianna Pasquale in 3rd. Maro Dalutz in 4th. Georgia Lanitz, 5th place. Amani Kinua in 6th. Jordan Wadley in 7th. Jesse Swart in 8th. And John Wilson in 9th place. And Cole Houston, of course, lost out the most in 10th place. Thank you so much. That was a very exciting bit of racing. And we immediately into the action with the next class, the Minimaxes. Back out to show that they aren't mini. There's nothing mini about them. They fight it just like the big races. Been looking forward to this final. It's been some of our most exciting racing that we've seen. Some of the closest racing that we've seen thus far. And let's see what they have for us with this 15-lapper. Man to watch has been all day. Riachile Mailula, that 5.79 in 1st place. Caleb Ordendal 2nd. Keegan Martin in 3rd. Franco Gibbard in 4th. Nicholas Lennox in 5th place. And Durrell Goodman in 6th. Remember those names. Recite them. Memorize the look of their helmets. Do what you must. It's about getting mixed up. As it stands, of course, Mailula has gained the most from pre-final 1 and 2, him being in the lead and having 64 points. The biggest advantage seen, he's 2 points ahead of Franco Gibbard, and we have Keegan Martin with 59 points in 3rd place. So of those, someone could win this and secure themselves that ticket overseas. So it remains to be seen as we go down the start finish. It's lights on, lights off, we go racing. It's a clean start. The officials are happy. Mailula instantly narrow, instantly making that gap small into turn 1. And he secures it. Looks to have the inside for turn 2 as well. Everybody makes it out clean from turn 1 and 2, it looks like. And we're immediately underway with Mailula now trying to gain as much gap as possibly. But under braking, he seemed to lose there at pit corner. And Caleb Ordendal instantly making things uncomfortable for him. Let's see how the run up the hill looks. Sorry, Keegan Martin is the one in 2nd place. Caleb Ordendal in 3rd. And for the time being, Mailula can breathe. And breathing is a tough thing considering the heat we have here. Pretoria is probably at its hottest possibly for the year. Incredible how these young karters are able to concentrate for as long as they can. These in particular are going to have to concentrate for a good 15 laps. So Mailula has 15 laps to use all the thinking strategies he's learned, all the racing tactics his coaches and his parents have taught him throughout the year and throughout the seasons, to maintain what has been an incredible performance this weekend overall. It's always a weekend that is impressive. It's never a stroke of luck. And so far, the work they've put in is paying off. Interesting battle there. The trailing end, side by side, with some of these young karters going to turn 1. Trickiest part of the circuit, arguably, to navigate is turn 2. Incredible how some of these karters gain traction going out of there, considering how unstable that part of the circuit is. More so when you get a bit of curb there. But Mailula seemed to make light work of it, and so did the trailing pack. Mailula at the double left, well in the lead. And in tow he has Keegan Martin, Caleb Odendaal not too far behind. Keegan Martin is doing very well to stay there or thereabouts with Mailula in terms of pace. It's exactly what you need, considering how it can very quickly become a short race. Anything could happen, as unfortunately John Wilson learned in the Junior Max class a couple of minutes ago. You just want to be there with a fighting chance. It's all about the final race, the final lap in this instance. Caleb Odendaal seems to have fallen back actually quite significantly. Regardless of him being in third, it's close if he's in a podium position, but pace-wise, doesn't seem to have it at the moment to trouble that front 2 at all. But it's a long race, 15 laps. We remain patient. In the meantime, Emma Dowling, also not too much to worry about, at least for the time being, unless she makes a couple of mistakes, because not too far from her is Durrell Goodman and Tepang Shisinwana. Goodman under braking, getting a lot closer to Shisinwana. And as they navigate the double rights there, but more of an advantage could come for Goodman. Has a decent run up the hill, a lot closer. Let's see what happens at turn 1. Some potential brewing there, but it's still a long way off. No one's been overly aggressive, maybe unnecessary at this point of the race. But this three forming now. Something's brewing there, and Franco Gibbard is signaling for them to focus. Sorry, that is Emma Dowling rather, signaling for her, Gibbard, as well as Goodman, to focus on getting ahead. Battling now would spoil things for them and ruin their chances of putting any sort of challenge towards that front runner, Riachile Mailula. Same man who just set the fastest lap we've seen so far in this race, 46.1. 4 tenths clear of the next. And you'd swear there was zero heat out there. But Riachile Mailula is keeping it cool. Cool, calm, and collected. It's exactly what you need at this level of competition, at the pinnacle of African kart racing. Now at the moment, it does have Keegan Martin right there. Regardless of how much he's set the fastest laps we've seen so far in this race, Keegan Martin is there or thereabouts. It's exactly what you need, consistently there. But the gap has opened a lot more. A couple of laps ago, I think Keegan Martin may have tracked back just a slight bit to get his tires back to life. They do take a lot of strain and wear. That battle still brews now for the best of the rest tag between Dowling, Gibbard, Goodman and Chisinwana. Now, Mailula's going to have to clear back marker pretty soon. Should make light work of it. We've seen how back markers can make the difference at the crucial point of the race. Luckily for Mailula, it seems like this is not going to be too difficult. A, because it's not so late in the race, and B, because it's down the straight leading up to turn 2. And light work, he makes it. Down to turn 2 he goes, and into the tunnel. Now Gibbard obviously will have a bit in his teeth, as much as Emma Dowling is signaling for strategy in that best of the race tag. Oh, bit of a tap there. Bit of a tap with Keegan Martin and a back marker. Shakes his head in disappointment and dismay, because all of that is going to count towards the end. It's only widening the gap between himself and Mailula. Martin down the inside, the back marker making it even more difficult than I think it needed to be, considering you're a back marker. Keegan Beaumont could not be impressed by that. But as I was saying, there's a bit of a battle there between Dowling, not a bit of a battle, a lot of a battle as they come out of pit corner now. That is Dowling, Gibbard, Goodman and Sisinoana. They're in the same 10th of a second. Down the inside. Ooh, that was close. That was very close. Down the inside goes Ordendal, who's now in that battle as well. Emma Dowling coming off worse there. No wonder it's so packed, because Ordendal's joined that battle. Ooh, it's not going to be easy to navigate this. Looks like Goodman tried to have a look down the inside, but couldn't make it stick there. It was very difficult. He would have left it too late, far too late, to actually gain some sort of advantage. Now this is where memorizing helmets comes in handy, when they're trading places every other corner. Mailula untouchable. Keegan Martin has cleared the back marker. We have Ordendal, a bit of breathing room now. Maybe focused a bit more on the back marker than anything. Emma Dowling close behind though. Not too far is Gibbard. Dowling down the inside, having to defend with everything she has. Gibbard can't do anything about it at the moment, neither can he do so at turn 2. We're completing lap 11 of 15. Mailula untouchable at this point. And Beaumont knows it, but he keeps going. Sorry, Keegan Martin knows it, but he keeps going. Because anything can happen, and nowhere more so than this best of the rest battle. Wow. And the back marker playing his role, self-appointed role of stirring things a bit up. It's gotten a bit too exciting, considering you're supposed to just breeze past the back markers, but it's very difficult when there's a 3-4-way battle and they all have to clear back markers as soon as possible. It takes a lot of skill, and they've all done it significantly well. Going out of pit corner, not too much trouble there. Oh, bit of a tap between they almost did it again there between Goodman and Sisinoana, as well as Gibbard. It was very close, very small bit of space there to be battling side by side with Sisinoana. Down at the double left, Sisinoana makes it stick. Very late braking there, very late braking for Goodman and Sisinoana. Now Sisinoana signaling, bro. Oh, 2 wheels. Goodman just went on 2 wheels at turn 2, having made contact with Sisinoana. And Sisinoana coming out the better of the two there, but Gibbard can breathe a sigh of relief and now focus on catching Emma Dowling. Completing lap 13 of 15. I beg your pardon, we just completed the 14th lap. We're starting the final lap. If you focus too much on the battling, you may forget your bearings. Very, very close battle there. The rear of the field. Keyboard losing out to Emma Darling. Down the inside of turn 1. Someone losing out to no one at all. Reagile Mailula, who's been in incredible form all weekend. It's a matter of consistency, really. And that's what's made the difference for him. And as he approaches the start-finish, takes that checkered flag. Reagile Mailula, well done to you, sir. You are king of the hill. Fantastic job. Keegan Martin tried his best, really did try his best, but there was nothing he could do about the incredible form that Mailula was in. And Mailula has absolutely earned that ticket overseas. He, of course, is going to be competing against the best racers in the world in the Minimax class. Fantastic world-class racing we've seen on African soil here, and absolutely worth the effort and worth the sweat put into a lot of these competitors' carts. Preparation night and day, it really never stops. It's a 24/7 job, and you can see the hours have been put in the case of Reagile Mailula. Fantastic bit of racing from the Minimaxes, very exciting. Best of the race battle there between Emma Dowling, Franco Keyboard, and Durrell Goodman. But it's not over at all, because we still have the premier classes, the DD2s, ready to set the standard for African racing. This is the premier class, of course, in Rotax Max Challenge racing in Africa. And the man who comes out top for this class, as is the trend, he gets that ticket overseas and competes amongst the world's best. It doesn't get better than this. And in a few minutes, we begin. Blink and you'll miss it. We're back underway. And if you haven't caught your breath, well, it doesn't matter. It's going on anyway. You're gonna have to wheeze and cough through the whole thing and through the whole ordeal. This is the final race, the finale. 20 laps for the DD2 class, which has been dominated by Jamie Smith, challenged profusely, intensely by Nicholas Verstanis. Sebastian Boyd has been there and consistent in pace, which is exactly where you need to be if you don't necessarily have that race-winning pace that's obvious to observe. You need a bit more tactic, a bit more patience, and he's definitely been the man in that position and played that role. Brandon Smith, very much present in Heat 1, but from 4th position now for the final. We'll see whether or not he's able to affect that race and stop the likes of Keon Grottis behind him and Delon Thompson, who definitely has not been a name that's missing from the action all day long. But they complete the final sequence of turns, the final left-hander, and it's down the home straight. It's lights on, and away we go for the final DD2 race. And Rotax Max Challenge down the inside goes Jamie Smith to defend. Very tight space there. Sebastian Boyd secures second. Looks like Nick Verstanis lost out. Definitely can't answer Boyd back. Going down into turn 2, Verstanis still in third, but tight, a very tight third. Very, very tight third. He has to defend from Delon Thompson, who's made a good jump of places. Side by side go Thompson and Verstanis. Verstanis says no thank you. Now Brandon Smith is a factor for Delon Thompson. And Grottis may have to put his name down there, but Jamie Smith immediately doing things that Jamie Smith does. And that is getting cart lengths. Corner at a time. He's already 2 or 3 cart lengths ahead of Sebastian Boyd. Under braking, it looks like, ooh, down the inside goes Brandon Smith, or he was actually defending from Delon Thompson. Yep, that was Brandon Smith making a move on Thompson, at the same time defending from Grottis. Talk about multitasking. It's not just, ooh, someone goes sideways. Someone just went sideways and on the back of Joey Olds, and Joey Olds was very lucky not to be affected by that. The momentum and positioning of his kart was perfect in that moment for him to miss out on having his race ruined. But as it stands, we have the man in the lead, Jamie Smith, first place, Sebastian Boyd in second, Nick Stannis in third, DeLon Thompson fourth, Brandon Smith in fifth place, Kian Gratis in sixth, Joey Olds in seventh, and Dusan Radojevic in eighth place, Justice Bulka in ninth, and Jordan Moodley in 10th. Now Jamie may be in the lead, but it looks like Boyd has reeled him in just a little bit. Nick Stannis very late on braking going up the hill, had a very good run up that hill there at Rotax corner, and he seems to be able to challenge Boyd a bit, and Boyd may have to worry about defending more than attacking for the next couple of corners. Stannis going wide at the double left seems to have benefited him, because now he's down inside of Boyd. Boyd has to defend, but he doesn't. Fail the space, or they make contact. Stannis and Boyd made contact, delayed the exit of turn one, and that is plenty breathing room for Jamie Smith now out at the front. Yep, definitely too close for comfort, but they're able to continue. Now DeLon Thompson going to utilize a narrower line to try and reel in Sebastian Boyd, and he's doing it very quickly, considering it was only a couple of laps ago that DeLon Thompson was a lot further behind. Kian Gratis leads a train that has Brandon Smith behind him and Joey Olds behind those two. Now Dusan Radojevic could capitalize on something from that mid-pack battle, but it's always good to be there or thereabouts. That's the name of the game at this point. Joey Olds has Brandon Smith on his outside at turn 2. Looks like they made a bit of contact. Both have come out of it okay. Joey Olds down the inside of Brandon Smith at pit corner. Very good run up the hill there. Brandon Smith not giving it up. Not at all. Still the two of them down at the double right. Radojevic waiting to capitalize as much as he can. Someone capitalizing off all the bad news, Jamie Smith. He's in a different class. Stannis reaping the rewards of that little battle with him and Boyd is in second place at the moment, but they have equal pace, relatively matched. Jamie Smith on a 41.7, Nick Stannis on a 41.8, but Sebastian Boyd quickest person on the circuit at the moment, 41.6. I'm trying to say it loud enough for Nick Stannis to hear. 41.6, a man sitting 41.6 is right behind him. So another battle is coming up pretty soon. Now remember, we do have 20 laps. We're completing. We just started now the 6th lap. So quite a bit to go. But in order for these karters to catch Jamie Smith, and remember, it's all about that optimal position, the prime position. For them to have enough pace to catch Jamie Smith, it's going to take a little bit of teamwork. You need an uninterrupted rhythm for the next 5, 6, 7 laps, so your tires aren't cooked by the time you try and challenge someone, or your tires aren't too cooked to even make an attempt at challenging Jamie Smith, who's in the lead at the moment. So all of that is going to count towards the end. Now, I think Nick Stannis heard me say that Sebastian Boyd said a 41.6. Because Stannis just said, how about a 41.4? I've got plenty in my pocket. And he's making good use of the uninterrupted air in front of him. But Boyd is very close to him. Very, very close. Not too far with the 41.5. So the battle of the race is going to be seen for that 2nd and 3rd place position. Something we've seen a couple of times already today. Another battle, Joey Olds and Brandon Smith in 6th and 7th there. Brandon Smith down the inside having a look. But how late can you brake? Not that late. Radojevic seemed to have been in the battle early on, but he's fallen off. Nick Stannis may be the fastest man on track, but Sebastian Boyd has him covered where pit exit is concerned, as well as the double right, it looks like. Let's see how the run up the hill goes and over the tunnel. Boyd has a look down the inside, as Jamie Smith has a look over his shoulder to see how far the men behind him are. Nothing yet between Verstappen and Boyd, but it's futile at this point to battle, ruining their chances of establishing any pace to catch up with Jamie Smith, who is in a league of his own at the moment. It looks like DeLon Thompson is going to be a feature again, considering the fact that Verstappen and Boyd have been going at it for the past couple of laps. DeLon Thompson has quietly been nurturing his tires to try and establish some pace to get into the mix. I just saw Jamie Smith there have a look down the inside of Joey Olds, but he didn't make a stick. I suppose it's just to make his presence known. Boyd gets a very good run on Verstappen under braking, but Verstappen answers back with some impressive bottoming going up the hill. Absolutely cannot call it for that second and third position, and neither can you for 6th, 7th, and 8th. It's Smith who's lost out to Gratis at some point. There's been a switch around there, but for the time being, Sebastian Boyd continues to set incredible laps. He now is a standard bearer with a 41.35. Nick Verstappen behind him with 41.4. When they are so close and matched for pace, it's difficult to tell between the two of them who should lead their charge in trying to catch Jamie Smith. In some instances it's very obvious, but this is very difficult to tell. Either one of them can be trusted to try and strategize in getting back up in a position to challenge for that ticket to Bahrain in December. Verstappen's very good run out the tunnel, but under braking, Sebastian Boyd makes up all that time. Carts get a bit squiggly there at the double right, Sebastian Boyd in particular. By comparison, DeLon Thompson looked a lot more stable, had a very good run there. A bit of a battle there between the stragglers, card 44 Riza Livy, and the number 27 card, seeing them going side by side at the double right. But Livy seems to have all the answers there. And so far, man who's had answers is Nick Verstappen. He's got two kart lengths with Sebastian Boyd at the moment. Joey Olds has managed to pull away from that battle between Gratis, Smith, and Radojevic. Jamie Smith having a look down the inside of Gratis, but nothing going. DeLon Thompson trying his best to keep at pace and stay somewhere within reach of Sebastian Boyd and Nick Verstappen ahead of him. Now it looks like it's going to be a quiet couple of laps for Joey Olds at the moment. DeLon Thompson significantly ahead, and the pack of three with Gratis, Smith, and Radojevic significantly behind. So it's all on his mental game at the moment. Very, very, very close between that second and third, Nick Verstappen and Sebastian Boyd. You can immediately see where their strengths are regarding the circuit. Out of the tunnel, it really looks like Verstappen has a lot of advantage, but coming up the hill, by then Boyd has him covered. So it's a bit of a concertina between the two of them. It's going to be a bragging rights battle, it seemed. it seems rather, as more than 60% of this race has come and gone. We're getting close to commencing our 17th lap. Jamie Smith, regardless of the advantage he has, he's doing everything he can, trying to position his body physically in a way that can gain him some sort of pace, regardless of the fact that he is 2.6 seconds ahead of second and third. That is competitive nature at its finest, and that's exactly what's going to make the difference for someone who's going to compete at a world level against the world's best. And in tennis, there's a term called deuce. Now, I think that standing has been established between Nicholas Stannis and Sebastian Boyd in terms of pace. So it's going to be left to a gamble as to when Boyd decides to dive down the inside of the Stannis for that second place. Stannis having a look down the inside because he can see it coming. He's not secure as to when exactly it will be, but he of course has had the advantage coming out of the tunnel the entire race. And it continues to be the case, but under braking, that's where Boyd makes up the time. It can happen at any moment now. But regardless of that, the lead man, the man with one hand on the ticket to Bahrain, Jamie Smith, reeling it in closer and closer as we commence with the final lap. Stannis looking over his shoulder, he knows it's time, he knows it's coming at some point if Boyd can find that position. But a man with very little to look over his shoulder for, Jamie Smith has had an almost perfect weekend. Picture perfect weekend for him in that number 33 Burrell. A man who could have challenged him as a stablemate, Sebastian Boyd, could not keep Stannis at bay, but the man of the moment, Jamie Smith, secures his place at the Rotax Max Challenge Finals in Bahrain. Fantastic driving from Jamie Smith. Brilliantly controlled race. It was without question from pre-final 1 and 2, and he only completed it. He just completed something he'd already established a long time ago, as soon as this weekend began. It's a fantastic bit of racing from Jamie Smith. Very close battle there between Sebastian Boyd, his stablemates in the Burrell, and Nick Stannis, who couldn't quite edge away from Boyd. It remained push and pull, a tug between the two of them at the premiere of African DD2 racing. Fantastic, fantastic work from the Burrell team. See some of them hugging from off screen. Fantastic bit of work from them. They've absolutely earned the honors at the top of the hill in Africa. So it's on to the world we go. Now, there's one more ticket available. Spectators ticket, of course, for the DD2 Masters, who I see have lined up and are ready to take their honors and bag. One of them are ready to bag that ticket overseas to go and watch and support, of course, the South African contingent that will be traveling in December. Now, it's a great thing to see that regardless of the fact that only a handful will be competing, there are some who can still go and actually support the team. Great to see also that regardless of the fact that the Bambinos don't have a class to compete in overseas, they still get an incentive and they're appreciated for the competitive efforts and acknowledged. The winner of the Bambino class, of course, gets himself a kit that matches and replicates exactly what the South African team is going to be wearing and brandishing to the world in December. So we get ready for the DD2 Masters in a couple of minutes. Stand by. Now, you don't have to have the memory of a goldfish to forget just what happened with the pre-final 2 of the DD2 Masters. There's been so much action in between now and the previous race, it's very easy to forget. Llewellyn Sutherland earned himself the pole position he has going into this race after Bjorn Roos and Eugene Britt came together towards the latter end of pre-final 2 for DD2 Masters. So we know to watch out then for Bjorn Roos in second place behind Llewellyn Sutherland, Christian Boucher in third place, Philippe Chapard in fourth, and Eugene Britt, who's going to be working his way back up from, it looks like, seventh position. So it's going to be very closely contested. Eugene Britt will have a bit more work to do than Bjorn Roos, but for the time being, it's lights out, and Llewellyn Sutherland has the whole shot. Let's see how Britt does. Immediately wide down the outside and instantly takes back second place without any fuss whatsoever around the outside. How late on your brakes do you want to be? If you're as late as Brits, you're in the next week or month or so. That was incredibly late, and he still managed to keep his car stable, now taking the inside down at pit corner from Llewellyn Sutherland. So he has very little work to do in terms of maintenance, battling, and getting past people. He wants to preserve his tires and make sure he doesn't have too much trouble, and is immediately ahead of Sutherland. Now Sutherland, of course, still in second. Christian Boucher securing himself that third place. Philippe Chapard in fourth, and Ming Ma in fifth place. Grant Veenstra in sixth, and Mark Villinger in seventh place. Now, having a proper look at the grid at the moment, of course, I do not see Bjorn Roos out on circuit. I don't see his cards. Therefore, it's going to be Eugene Britt fighting himself, at least for the time being. Given the amount of pace that he and Roos displayed earlier on, you'd be forgiven for thinking that that could be the only car to actually match him in terms of performance for this final heat. But Christian Boucher may have something to say about that, as the Mozambican wants to ensure himself a ticket to go overseas and support the African contingent going there. So this race is, of course, not going to be as long as the DD2 race we just saw. This is going to be 15 laps as opposed to 20. Veenstra going Ori there in the double right, but couldn't make the move stick. Sutherland trying to make up some pace and gain back that second place that he lost to Boucher. And he has Philippe Chapard in tow. Sutherland didn't have too good a run going up the hill, but he makes up for it under braking at the double right. Philippe Chapard is the pace for the trailing end of that front four. That is second, third, and fourth place. He definitely is the pace car there. Now, whether or not Sutherland will be able to change that is another question entirely, because Chapard has shown some really impressive pace throughout the day. Philippe Chapard in fourth place, trying to narrow his line as much as possible to catch Sutherland. We may be studying him for the time being until the end of the race to see where exactly he can maximize on an advantage. Sutherland has Looks like the advantage coming out of the tunnel on Shapak. And the advantage seems to be there down the straight as well, so it's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all for Shapak. I was trying to assess whether or not he'd have a chance to mark where Sutherland's weaknesses are, but it seems like he has the covering him throughout the circuit. But someone who definitely has the covering of the entire grid is Eugene Brits. Scintillating form, of course, very experienced karter, been around for years, knows exactly what it takes to compete at the premier level of African karting. Let alone world karting. Very competitive in South Africa in particular, given the compression, the amount of champions that have been produced out of this country alone. By ratio, probably is in the top 5, top 6 of nations in the world as far as producing champions in karting is concerned. So don't be fooled by the diminutive stature of the Zwartkops Raceway karting circuit. It has bred some of the leading karters the world has ever seen. And one of those at the moment is Eugene Brits, who is now completing the 7th lap, starting the 8th in the lead of the DD2 Masters, the grand final for the DD2s, as they compete for that ticket overseas to support the South African contingent. Now Christian Boucher continues to set quick laps. He's got a 42.9 right now. He's about a 10th quicker than Eugene Brits on a 43 dead. So he's still able to find that time regardless of the fact that he doesn't have toe to benefit from. So he really has to dial in his concentration and make sure he can churn out those laps as competitively as possible. But Llewellyn Sutherland is not able to shake Felipe Chapais at the moment. Seems like that 155 kart has found some sort of trick to stay there or thereabout, regardless of the advantage that Sutherland has coming out of the tunnel and down the pits, down the home straight. I beg your pardon. Those two are still within the same 10th of a second and seem to be reeling in, seem to be getting closer to Christian Boucher. Not competitively close, I would say. Definitely far from a dive bomb move. But Eugene Brits setting a 42.8. He now is the quickest man on the circuit. Regardless of the fact that we're more than 2/3 across from the end of the race. Eleven laps being completed by Eugene Brits, now starting the 12th. Almost driving quite literally into the sunset of a hot, very, very sunny Pretoria. It's been a brilliant advert for summer. This is the typical South African summer, spring season. and we've had equally scintillating competitive racing throughout the day, from the Bambinos all the way to the Masters. Sutherland reeling in. It's getting a bit closer. Sutherland has found some sort of pace now. I think he may have been saving this for the last few laps of the race, because he's not too far off from Christian Bouchard. Now I wonder if Boucher is aware of this. Let's see how he answers to that. There's only 1.5 laps or so remaining as we're completing lap 13 now. And Eugene Brits out on the front can already smell the Bahraini air. As you'd imagine, he can't wait to be there. He still continues to set the fastest lap as he starts the final lap of the race. 42.7 by Eugene Brits. Competitive nature, this is what makes them the best. Now he's going to be catching up with one of the back markers as it stands, but of course this won't be too much of an interruption. Still seems too far off to interrupt too much with his race. Eugene Brits has been in impeccable form today as he goes and collects that checkered flag for the final of the DD2 Masters in the African Open. He takes honors as Africa's best DD2 Master. Fantastic racing from Eugene Brits as he drifts in celebration of that. He's definitely going to Bahrain. He's not going to be donating that ticket to anyone. He's got both hands firmly on it. And fantastic bit of racing from him. A shame for Bjorn Roos, who missed out on this heat. I take it it's due to damage that could not be repaired in the previous heat, so he couldn't compete in this one. And I definitely think he would have been in contention for that spot. So it was perfectly, almost very inseparably matched with Eugene Brits in terms of pace. But Christian Boucher in second place, Llewellyn Sutherland in third, Philippe Chopin in fourth place, Grant Veenstra in fifth, Ming Ma in sixth, and Mark Billinger in seventh place. It's been an awesome day of racing. Thank you all for coming out and visiting us. Thank you for all of our visitors from across the borders, our African family from Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, as well as Angola. We appreciate all of you and showing that sense of community that makes racing as exciting as it always is. Looking forward to seeing what happens out in the World Finals and how the African contingent represents us and makes us proud. My name is Prince Ndiweni. It's been an absolute pleasure rolling out my vocal cords down flat for all of you, and I look forward to the next bit of racing. Fantastic and exciting years ahead of racing, judging by the amount of talent that is in the younger classes. A lot of talent in the younger and junior classes coming up into the main spotlight. Looking forward to it, and I look forward to seeing you all at the next big Rotax Max Challenge race. It's been a pleasure. Cheers.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodikart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in the karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodikart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, Qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodi Kart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodikart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor From the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodikart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Himself available to do the trophy presentation for us, Anton. I don't know if you all know Anton. Where are you, Anton? Anton around. Here we go. Yeah, we've got Anton. He's in our presence. Thank you very much for doing it, Anton. Then I want to call out all our competitors from across the border. This is our Angolans, Namibians, Zimbabweans, Mozambicans. If we can start with our Mozambique competitors, all the competitors, if you can come forward, just the drivers please, all the drivers, Mozambique drivers, if you can just come forward. Jennifer just wants to hand out a token of appreciation, a medal for competing in the African Open event. Where's Christian? Come, Chris. Winter is also coming. Oh, is it Christmas? Right, Chris.
The oldest child.
The biggest child. Right, well done to these drivers traveling across the border to come race in the African Open Rotax African Open 2023. Guys, well done. We hope we see you back, and we hope to come and visit you one of these days. Well done. The next group is the Zimbabweans. Zimbabwe, our Zimbabwean driver. Where's our Zimbabwean driver? Is he here? Here we go. There we go. Well done, young man. Right, then we have a couple of Namibian guys here. Namibia, very well represented here at the African Open this year. All our Namibian competitors, if you can please come forward, just grab your medals and your team photo.
Better late than never, eh?
Let's see if we can get you guys all nice.
I also want a medal.
I'll hand you the trophies. They are a little bit, it's a work of art.
Ezekiel, I'm so glad your name's on your shirt. There's some more cool boys. You're all Namibian. You were better than I didn't know you were Namibian. We didn't say that.
Right, are these all the Namibians? There were 20 odd. Okay, well that's good enough. Let's get a photo. Okay guys, if we can stand in. Yeah. Okay guys, when we move to the actual prize giving itself, if we can have the camera angles clear, so please don't move in front of the cameras so that we can get the footage as it is needed. Right, that is our Namibian contingency. Well done guys, thank you for traveling. They've been with us since Tuesday, the majority of them. Well done. We hope we see you back here next year. Definitely some massive improvements throughout the week. Well done guys. And then before we start with the official prize giving, we still have Angola. Our Angolan driver. If you can just come forward please.
Okay, maybe you can go now.
Right, guys, we'll call you back.
I went there Afrikaans. Julle kan dit gaan hoor. Here we go. Oh.
Well done. Right. I think that is that from a foreign competitor's point of view, guys. Once again, from our side, thank you very much for traveling. We hope you all learned something, and we hope to see you back in South Africa for another event like this. It has really been a good experience having you guys here. Again, Anton's going to help us with the trophies. Please, guys, you will see they are a work of art. Be careful with your trophy. The designers mentioned to me that there's one part on the trophy that they would have liked to make a slightly thicker material. So please, taking your photos, going home, be cautious, be careful, enjoy them. They are stunning. So I need results. Right, we're going to start off with the Bambinos, and we're handing out from 20th position, card number 98, Ned Haman. Oh, sorry, Hanam. Ned? Yeah, in front of the podium, boy. Thanks. In 19th position, unfortunate result for cart number 11, Adrian Stein. But Adrian did manage to smash the lap record this weekend, and he's getting his lap record certificate, and that is for a time of 57.780 in a Bambino kart. There we go, Adrian. Well done, boy. In 18th position, we've got kart number 77. That is Nick Kruger. Nick Kruger. In 17th position, kart number 58, Plenty of Moves, Sebastian Shuttleworth. In 16th position, kart number 69, Raiden Reddy. Is Raiden still here? Raiden's not here. In 15th position, kart number 15, Rocco van Eden. In 14th position, kart number 76, Miko Bueta. In 13th position, kart number 70, Guri de Santos, sorry. In 12th position, kart number 16, Caleb Rogers. In 11th position, we've got kart number 46, Alonso de Oliveira. In 10th position, kart number 63, Russell Yosfat. In 9th position, kart number 75, Mila Bueta. Hold on, Mila. In 8th position, kart number 33, Daniel Resende. Daniel, not here. 7th position, kart number 50, Ronald Fenter. Sorry, Daniel Resende. All right. Ronald, yes, please. 6th position, kart number 8 is Eduardo Campos. This is Eduardo's first race at Zwartkops Raceway. Apparently he doesn't like the circuit much, he loves it. In fifth position, cart number 19, Luwashu Matsabula. In fourth position, cart number 27, Luan de Wet. In third position, cart number 40, that is Aston Verheul. Tempen bowling. In second position, cart number 89, Michael O'Mahony. And our Bambino winner for the day, cart number 88, Luke de Toy. Right, again, Bambino top 6. In 6th position, we had Eduardo Campos. In 5th, Luwashu Matsabula. In 4th, Luan de Wet. In 3rd, Aston Verheul. Michael O'Mahony in 2nd. And our winner for the day, Luke de Toy. Awesome racing from the Bambinos. Well done, boys. And then again, lap record, Adrian Stein. Well done, Boykie. Right, all the Bambinos can go other than the top 6. Top 6, please stay behind. Top 6 for a photo, please. Thanks, baby. Oh, well, no problem, eh?
Lift your trophies up. Up above your heads. Yay! Well done, lads.
Good stuff, boys. Right, we move on to our Micromax class for the day. Micromax from 6th position. In 6th position, cart number 690, Benjamin Gibbart. In 5th position, cart number 677, Ronaldo Kun. In 4th position, cart number 612, Matthew Shuttleworth. In 3rd position, cart 669, Rafael de Silva. In 2nd position, cart 644, Brody Darling. And the winner for the day, cart number 639, Christian Verheul. Right, guys, some awesome racing throughout the day with lots of position swapping happening in this class. Some good fights from the back. We had in 6th position, Benjamin Gibbart. 5th position, 677, Ronaldo Kun. In 4th position, 612, Matthew Shuttleworth. 669 in 3rd, Rafael de Silva. 2nd goes to Brody Darling and Christian Verheul, our winner for the day. And also the winner of the air ticket to go and watch the grand finals in Bahrain in 2023. Well done, guys. We move on to Minimax. Some good racing in Minimax as well. Some hairy incidents taking place in the class, unfortunately, but all good. Everybody's okay. In 6th position, cart 547, Durrell Goodman. In 5th position, 513, Franco Gibbart. In 4th position, 532, Emma Darling. In third position, 575, Caleb Woodendal. In second position, 593, Keegan Martin. And our winner for the day, cart number 579, Riahile Spice Mayelula. Riahile also winning himself a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals. That is to represent South Africa in that prestigious international event. Well done. Again, in sixth position, 547, Durrell Goodman. Franco Gibbard in fifth. In fourth, Emma Dowling. In third, Caleb Woodendal. Second, Keegan Martin. And our winner, Riahile Spice Mayelula. Right, we move on to Junior Max. Also one of those eventful classes today. Some seriously bad fortune for some, for others very good fortune. In sixth position, cart 445, Amani Kinyua. Well done, Amani. In fifth position, cart number 486, Georgia Lenarts. In fourth position, cart number 433, Mauro Deleuze. In third position, cart 417, Gianna Pascal. In second position, cart 437, Vian Bosov. And the Junior Max winner of the African Open 23 is cart 458, Kent Swartz. Kent has won the African Open, hence his national championship trophy moves on to the runner-up of the national championship, and that ticket goes to Vian Bosov, and Vian will also be representing South Africa in Bahrain at the Rotax Grand Finals 2023. Well done, Junior Max. Amani Kinyo in sixth, Georgia Leonard's fifth, Mauro Deleuze in fourth, Gianna Pascal in third, Vian Bosov second, Ken Swartz, the winner of the African Open. Well done, guys. Senior Max definitely did make for seriously entertaining racing, and in sixth position in the Senior Max, we have cart 269, and that is Michael Bezuidenhout. Michael, well done, in sixth position. In fifth position, 229, Kian Spies. In fourth position, we've got 268, Casey Enzo Smith. In fourth position. In third position, cart 222, Troy Snyman. In second position, cart 299, Muhammad Wali. And the winner of the Rotax Africa Open 23 is a driver 239, Eric Haystack. Eric also wins a ticket to represent the country at the Grand Finals in Bahrain. Well done, Eric. Guys, some very good racing in the Senior Max class throughout the weekend. In sixth position, 269, Michael Bezuidenhout. In fifth, Kian Spies, 229. In fourth, Casey Enzo Smith, 268, qualified already to go to the Grand Finals. Troy Snyman in third. Muhammad Wali in second. And our winner, 239, Eric Haystack. that brings us to the DD2s. DD2 in 6th position. Kart number 43, Brandon Smith. Good to see Brandon back behind the steering of a kart. Is Brandon still around? Can he still walk? Right. He's running uphill. Right, Brandon in 6th position. In 5th position, pity we didn't see more of him this year. Kart number 11, Joey Uls. In 4th position, kart number 14, Delon Thompson making a comeback to karting. Good seeing him back on track. In 3rd position, kart number 69, Sebastian Boyd. Sebastian already qualified to go to the grand finals. In 2nd position, good racing throughout this week from Nicholas Vostanis, kart number 24 in 2nd. Well done, Nicky. And our African Open champion for 23, kart number 33, Jamie Smith. And Jamie also wins his ticket to go and race at the grand finals in Bahrain. Well done, Jamie. Again, the DD2 class in 6th position, kart number 43, Brandon Smith. 2nd, Joey Ulson, kart number 11. Delon Thompson, 4th in kart 14. Sebastian Boyd in 69 in 3rd. Nicholas Vostanis, kart 24, 2nd. And our winning kart for the day and for the weekend, kart number 33, Jamie Smith. Well done, guys. Right, we then move on to our DD2 Masters and our DD2 Vets. And in our DD2 Masters, in 3rd position, we've got kart number 184, Llewellyn Sutherland. In 2nd position, all the way from Mozambique, kart 126, Christian Bechet. And the winner of the plane ticket to go and visit and watch the racing in Bahrain, and also the winner for the day, kart number 101, last year's champion, Eugene Brits. Right, again in 3rd position, Llewellyn Sutherland. 2nd, Christian Bechet, and our winner, Eugene Brits. Then we had a couple of vets racing. And our vets in 3rd position. I don't have dedicated vets results. Is Mingma a vet? No, he's not. All right, I've got this figured out. In 3rd position, Jonathan K. Roos. DD2 Vets. He's on ice cream already. Ah, here he comes. Night vision. Right. In 2nd position, kart 183, Grant Veenstra. Grant? I'm going to build a podium downhill for you guys next time around. And our DD2 vet champion for the day, kart 155, Philippe Chapat. Right, again, in third position, 128, Jonathan Carews. In second position, Grant Feenstra. And our winner for the day, 155, Philippe Chapat. Guys, thank you very much. Again, to all our officials here, to all our MSA representatives and other officials, thank you so much for a weekend spent at the racetrack. Without you guys, we can't have the racing. To all our competitors, guys, thank you very much for entering. Thank you for the good sportsmanship. Thanks for the support throughout the week. We hope to see you guys back here in the new year. Travel safe and have a Merry Christmas and enjoy your last races of the year if you still have some.